24/7 right on the Geico app.
To file a claim, just tap.
Just tap right here to upload pictures, customer.
Troy ain't on a first name basis.
Sure. Vicky.
To track your status, just click. Super easy.
They're connecting with the mannequins.
You're doing great, everyone.
Oh, you're a pro.
Scroll, tap, scroll, out. Oh, I'm cramping.
Yeah, we've all been there.
For savings and service, get more with Geico. I overdid it. Like a shovel, I just overdid it.
This thing's in the middle of nowhere, and even if we didn't get any closer, you'd still know. It's a small land we share to keep. The same way you know you can keep the concert going, even after the album. Or take the whole family anywhere in it. Because when you're an original, there's only one.
Right now, during the cheap Black Friday sales event, get $6,000 bonus cash allowance. Get 0% financing on the 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Overland and Summer models. Hurry today.
We're inviting you to enjoy a double dose of NCIS.
My hands are so sweaty right now.
Race tomorrow for NCIS, followed by NCIS Origins. All new CBS tomorrow.
CBS is presented by Jeep. There's only one. And welcome back to the NFL Today. And now Amazon takes you out to the sights and sounds of the game between the Steelers and the Commanders. Let's get you over to Landover, Maryland with our announcers, Ian Eagle, Charles Davis, and Evan Washburn.
JB, just outside of our nation's capital, it's a battle of two first-place teams, both riding three-game winning streaks. Russell Wilson is writing a new chapter. The Steelers' offense has soared since Mike Tomlin made the change at starting quarterback. Dan Quinn has pushed all the right buttons for the Commanders in his first year, and rookie QB Jaden Daniels has lived up to the billing with his maturity, poise, and electrifying play. And we welcome you to the broadcast booth. Ian Eagle, along with Charles Davis. Evan Washburn will join us down on the sidelines. This is a major test for Pittsburgh and Washington. Let's start with the Steelers, 2-0 since Russell Wilson took over the starting QB spot. What's different about this offense with Wilson under center?
Things have opened up, meaning the ball is going downfield, so it opens up everything underneath and the running game. And it's due in large part because of Russell Wilson and his ability to throw the ball downfield. He also has included all the other receivers, but the biggest one he's got is George Pickens. But take a look here. If he gets him in a one-on-one position, Russell Wilson and his patented move ball go right into play. He sets his no safety help, strictly one-on-one. Just put the ball up there, let the receiver adjust and make the play. How about down near the goal line? Now he's going to throw more of a standard fade ball. But when you got Pickens one-on-one, he gets the football. And that opens things up for their running game as well.
And CD, that running game includes Najee Harris. He's on a tear right now. 3 straight 100-yard games. Also on a mission to prove that he deserved a new contract. There are some new additions with both teams. Let's get more from Evan.
Yeah, and both sides bringing in reinforcements for this playoff push. And for the Steelers, it's about addressing depth and need. Wide receiver Mike Williams would seem to be the perfect fit for this offense with Russ under center as that deep threat. 15 plays, a light package for him today. This is the long view in mind with both of these guys. Preston Smith defensively, proven pass rusher, but they want him to eat up rundowns to keep TJ Watt fresh going down the stretch. And for Washington, maybe the splashiest move. Bring in full-time Pro Bowler Marshawn Lattimore. Now, he won't play in this game, guys, due to a hamstring injury, but he is the perfect fit when it comes to versatile mentality. And that was a serious area of need for this Washington defense.
And let's play off that because there are really good vibes for the Commanders right now in this area. Washington is 5 games over 500 for the first time in 28 years. And their rookie QB, Jaden Daniels, is doing things in an astonishing manner, Charles.
He really has. He's totally shattered the learning curve. The number 2 overall pick, he got the ball from day one and has steadily improved and does astonishing things each and every ball game. With his mind, with his arm, with his legs, he has his teammates
straight game with a hamstring injury. So Washington will turn to Austin Eckler, Chris Rodriguez. They split carries last week. They'll also sprinkle in Jeremy McNichols as part of that running back rotation. Countdown to kickoff continues from Northwest Stadium, Pittsburgh and Washington. It's week 10 of the NFL on CBS.
From an AFC North thriller on Thursday Night Football to Deutschland this morning with an overtime victory for the Carolina Panthers over the New York Football Giants, who the Steelers defeated in their last matchup 2 weeks ago, coming off of a bye week last week. So week 10 continues. Here we are, and here we go. Steelers, here we go. Thanks for tuning in and watching the live play watch on reactions live right here on YouTube with the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers and the now new Washington Commanders, obviously previously known as the Washington Redskins, and football team. So whatever the hell you want to call them, by all means. But should be a good game. Pittsburgh at 6-2, coming off of a bye. Washington's at 7-2. They had a Hail Mary victory a few weeks back. They're running wild with a rookie quarterback and an experienced head coach with a pretty stout defense. So knowing how Pittsburgh Steelers games go, we should be in for a good one here this afternoon. So thanks for tuning in once again and watching. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always good appreciated as well. As this video is powered by River Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Be sure to also scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. So kickoff coming up here at 1 p.m. Eastern Time this Sunday, November the 10th, 2024, Veterans Day weekend. So shout out to the troops. Thank you for your service, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. We'll have Ian Eagle and Charles Davis along with Evan Washburn on the call as Pittsburgh heads to Washington for the first time in 8 years. First meeting in 4 years, obviously, with the schedule the way it is, and then the rotation of once every 4 years with the crossover from the AFC to the NFC in divisional play, as the North and the AFC is playing the East and the NFC this year, as they've lost to the Cowboys, defeated the Giants at Washington today before they got to go to Philly next month. But obviously that was then, this is now, and that'll be then. Take care of business, 1-0 today, before they got to get into the thick of it talk about divisional play in the AFC North, because they have yet to play a matchup against any of the Bengals, Browns, or Ravens for that matter. So they're 6-2 at the halfway point, coming off of a bye, and got 9 games left. 6 are going to be in division, 2 against the Bengals, 2 against the Browns, 2 against the Ravens. They'll host Baltimore next week after at Washington today, but then it's at Philly, and then they get the Chiefs at home on Christmas. That's how the schedule shakes up from here. But it's still take care of business, do your job, control. They've played pretty damn good to this point. Honestly, should be undefeated if you ask me, let alone only 1 loss, not 2. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. They're 6-2 because how the saying goes, you are what your record says you are, but hopefully down the stretch you're playing your best football and you can get hot going into the playoffs, and hopefully a force to be reckoned with. Washington leads the all-time series 43-33-3. First meeting since 2020, in which, if you recall, that game was played on Pearl Harbor, a Monday afternoon during the COVID season, as it was previously scheduled to be played the day prior on a Sunday at 1 o'clock. Here we are now, because of the Ravens matchup the week before, though. The Steelers were supposed to host Baltimore on Thanksgiving. The game got pushed back to the following Wednesday afternoon. So then time in between from then until the next game, they had to push this matchup back another day. So they had 2 games in a span of 2.5 weeks when they were supposed to be on like a mini bye from Thanksgiving to that following Sunday, but it really turned out to be almost 21 days, just with all the postponements and all that. And then Washington, as Pittsburgh heads to D.C., Landover, Maryland, to take on the Skins here today. Football team, Commanders now, with the name change. But the last time they went to Washington, they were still the Redskins. And then the last time Pittsburgh played Washington, they were the football team. And now today, they're playing Washington and they're Commanders. So we'll see what it gives, as always, I'm sure. Something will, but just overall should be in for a damn good game here, as both teams are currently in first place in their respective divisions and are, like I said, going to want to take care of business down the stretch and continue their momentum into the playoffs, whether they're divisional winners, whether they're wild cards, just get in. Pittsburgh, as the trade deadline was this past week, they made some moves, helping out the offense and defense for that matter, as they'll still have the Wizard of Oz, Chris Boswell, at kicker. If it comes down to it, you got to, settle and take your 3, take your points, so you can get them, especially on the road. But hopefully they can run the football today with Najee Harris. He's had 3 consecutive 100-yard rushing games. But from Justin Fields to Russell Wilson now, George Pickens at wide receiver. Pittsburgh made a move with the New York Jets and traded for wide receiver Mike Williams, who they were interested in this past offseason. He decided to sign with the Jets, and that didn't go as planned. So they gave up a 5th-round pick for Williams, and he is active today, so we'll see him in the Steeler offense, as Pittsburgh will receive and get the ball and a return from the 4-yard line out past the 10, 15, 20 to the 25. And that's where they'll set up shop with Russ cooking and Najee Harris rocking the Naj. Like I said, 3 consecutive 100-yard games. So it starts up front. Obviously, they've been banged up, but they've still played pretty damn well. All right, now here we go. They'll break the huddle, and we'll see what they got. But starts up front, you're able to run the football, to open up the pass, block the run, block the protect. So, yeah, Russ now has, with George Pickens, Mike Williams to throw the football to. Van Jefferson still, along with Calvin Austin, who had a big game against the Giants. He's in motion, and from the 25, 1st and 10, they'll hand off to Double Deuce 22, Najee Harris, for about 2, maybe 3 yards. So second down here, 10 seconds in. But once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media. The link's in the description below. So, Frazier is back up front at center, which is a good thing. He got hurt about a month or so ago now at the Raiders. Because remember, he had took over for Herbig at center and has been the starter to that point until he got hurt, and he missed a couple games. Obviously, the bye week. Now he's healthy, so he's back. Austin in motion again. Fake the give, roll out. Russ dumps it off to Darnell Washington, who's stepped up a little bit as of late at tight end behind Pat Freiermuth. Obviously, they have Hayward and Michael Pruitt as well. So they have the caliber of weapon. They have the potential. You just got to put it all together. They got to get in sync. They got to get some momentum and rhythm built up and just roll. So, but Washington, obviously, yeah, they do have a good defense. Dan Quinn, at head coach, former Atlanta Falcon head coach, but he got that gig because of the Legion of Boom in Seattle, and then after he got fired by Atlanta, he was the DC in Dallas recently, past 2 years, and then he took the head job here as Pittsburgh runs it on 3rd and short, but they don't get it, so 4th and a yard. They'll probably punt here. And good to see Cordarrelle Patterson back, I might add, as well. So they're getting healthy coming off the bye. They're still banged up front on the right side more so than not with some season-ending injuries, but it's still next man up mentality. And even with all that, they played well, I thought. So Waitman on to punt. But there's the William and Mary connection that everybody talks about with Mike Tomlin and Sean McDermott in Buffalo, but Dan Quinn's also involved in that as well. So, muffed punt, and they're on it. So they recover. It'll be Washington ball. 1st and 10, 12:42 to play in this first quarter. Hit him right in the face mask. And if only Ben Skoranek, who was active at wide receiver today as well, former Ram and Texan, was about a yard quicker, he might have recovered it. And they would have been set up, 1st and 10 inside the red zone, trying to capitalize off turn it, but not so fast. As Jaden Daniels at quarterback for Washington, number 2 pick out of LSU, last year's Heisman Trophy winner. They could have used him last night, to say the least. He hands off, and we'll see how Washington goes here. They're without Brian Robinson at running back, but Austin Eckler, who Pittsburgh had some trouble with when he was with the Chargers, he's playing. That pass there in the middle complete. Zach Ertz, former Eagle tight end. Yeah. So they got a 3rd and 3 here. See if they can get off the field. But Pittsburgh, obviously, it's T.J. Watt coming off the edge. They got Highsmith back. Herbig still injured. The little Herbig, Nick, not Nate. Nate's the center. Nick's the outside linebacker. 3rd and 3. Pressure off the edge. Highsmith, and forced the incompletion. So 4th down, they'll punt. But Pittsburgh with a move on defense as well. They traded for Preston Smith from Green Bay, as he requested a trade out of Green Bay. Former Redskin, I might add. So homecoming for him. And he's active today as well. We'll see what his workload is, along with Mike Williams. Just, make a move on Tuesday, and then you get Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, travel day yesterday, and the game today to get accustomed to, the system. So Washington punts. Austin will signal a fair catch as a 30. No muff, no punt return for a touchdown as it was a couple weeks ago, but they'll take a break. 11:25 here to play in the first quarter. Both teams punted on the opening drive, so obviously we're already really settled down and settled into this game. Defense is making plays. The offense is going to get rolling here. 60-minute game, though. Still a lot of football to be played, so we'll see what happens. So I'm sure something will, but Pittsburgh defensively, since they're just out there. Cam Sutton's back, I might add, too, at nickel. So Beanie Bishop has been playing his ass off. He's been getting better each week, no doubt about it. He's had a couple picks as of late, too. Undrafted rookie out of West Virginia. How nobody picked him this past year in the draft beats the hell out of me. Pittsburgh's glad they have him, though, no doubt about it. But, Cam Sutton's back in the black and gold. Former Steeler, drafted in 2017. Played his whole entire career with Pittsburgh until he left in free agency, not this past offseason, but the offseason before, after the 22 season, into 23 last year, and signed with Detroit. Played all last year with the Lions, but then off the field issues forced Detroit to release him. He was cut. Pittsburgh brought him back, and then he was suspended by the NFL for 8 games. So that's 8 weeks, and then it lined up with their bye week. They had 8 games at 6-2 before the bye week. He had the bye week last week, or else if they would have played last week, he would have played. And then you have Cam Sutton now returning today. So we'll also see what his workload is. As Mike Tomlin said, that's still yet to be determined. So TBD, to be announced. We'll figure it out. We'll find out all together. 1, if he's even out there, and 2, if he is, if he's making any plays or not. But just overall should be a good game. It feels like just as good as these teams are, especially the defenses, but the offenses can hum, no doubt about it. It's probably going to come down to a turnover or two late. It's going to come down to special teams, as we're just outside of the nation's capital in Washington, D.C., in Landover, Maryland, FedEx Field, or whatever the hell it's called now. And obviously they've been following the rebrand and the sale of the team. Well, are they going to build a new stadium? Are they going to stay where they're at? Are they going to, go south a little bit and build somewhere in Northern Virginia? Obviously, they have training camp down in Richmond, but first and 10 Pittsburgh in the meantime from the 30, over the middle, slant, incomplete, 10 for Freiermuth. And we're getting a flag, getting a defensive hold of DPI. Looks so. So be automatic first down, probably a spot foul. Automatic first down for the Steelers here. Yep. First down. So we're also keeping an eye around the NFL here. So we'll update some stats and scores to see fit. But as always at halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores from this game. We'll recap the NFL from last week since the Steelers are off. We'll see what's going on today. As just mentioned, we'll preview next week as well, but still take care of business here. They get a penalty, so first and 10, Pittsburgh at the 44. So, 15 yards on a pass interference, but it was a spot foul, so it's a 14-yard penalty, and then the handoff to Najee Harris, and he gets out past midfield to the Washington 49-yard line, second and about 3 coming up after a pick of the 7. So, we'll see how they play today. They've been in prime time past couple weeks, let alone on the road out west. So this is their first Sunday 1 o'clock game in about a month and a half, and it was that Indy loss late September. And turnovers were a factor then. They shot themselves in the foot with 2 turnovers on the right side of the 50, and now Broderick Jones injured, a little slow to get up. Hopefully he's okay. Limping, it looks like it's his right ankle. Obviously they're already banged up on the right side, as mentioned. From center over, like I said, it was Herbig to Frazier with injury, and then Frazier went down, and he's back now. But then at right guard, James Daniels is out, so Mason McCormick's been getting a lot of playing time as a rookie out of South Dakota State. And then, it was supposed to be Troy Fatanu, let alone Broderick Jones at right tackle. You have the swing tackle and Dan Moore at left tackle. Looks like Spencer Anderson's going to be replacing Broderick Jones at right tackle. And you'll have McCormick at right guard, Frazier at center, Isaac Sumo at left guard, and Dan Moore at left tackle. Russ slips on the center exchange, fake the give. I think he made a play out of nothing there. I think that was supposed to be a run. Whether it was a rollout on a play action or not, he still rolled out and passed turned out of bounds incomplete. Second and 10 coming up. But yeah, just run the football, especially if you can get a lead here as the game moves on. But don't shoot yourselves in the foot with penalties, let alone turnovers, because that's why they've lost, is because of turnovers, or else they'd be undefeated at 8-0 right now. Turnovers, like I said, against the Colts, they end up losing by 3. They could have got points on those drives, but turned it over, and then defensively they got turnovers. And the other game they lost to the Cowboys, whose season's probably over at this rate. Jalen Warren on a toss far side, and the bowling ball of a bulldozer that he is, he just keeps pushing forward and he gets his Pittsburgh Steelers first down, so we'll move the sticks. But, they were able to get turnovers in the other game that the loss was mentioned, but they couldn't score off of them. But since then, the turnovers they've gotten, they've been able to score off of them. And they've scored 30-plus points in 2 of the last 3 games, I might add. So, first and 10 from the 31. Far side, incomplete. 10 for Pickens, so second and 10. under 10 here to play in the first, but just get your points while you can get them. Just honestly score more than them. The name of the game is winning, so I mean, if it's 2-0, Pirates beating the Nationals, or if it's first to 20 wins this game, we'll see. It's like I said, probably going to come down to what defense bends, doesn't break, and turnovers, along with special teams. So, play clock winding down, 2nd and 10 from 31. Russ, quick pass, incomplete as they brought pressure. 10 for Van Jefferson. Now we got another penalty on the play. And maybe a late hit, roughing the passer. Maybe a defensive hold.
Got in there defensively. Russell Wilson took a hit.
Personal foul, roughing the passer on Washington. So 15 yards, automatic first down. And Pittsburgh will keep the drive alive. And Broderick Jones back out there at right tackle. Obviously just rolled his ankle a little bit. So, you got to capitalize off this now. You got to score. I'll take a field goal. I'd love a touchdown out here. And they'll have 3 tight ends at the end of the line, top of your screen, with Fryermuth now in motion near side. Left to right across your television screen, right now. Ball, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 16-yard line, 9:22 to play in the first. And they'll hand off up the middle, Najee Harris, for about a yard. 2nd down. But you're in the red zone. Let's punch it in. That's what I'm saying. Get some points. So Russ in the gun. Like I said, good to see Cordell Patterson back. He got hurt against the Colts. Hasn't been played since. And he's to the left of Wilson. Came in the league as a receiver, big-bodied guy. Pittsburgh's using him as a running back. Obviously, Arthur Smith had him in Atlanta. And a fade in the end zone. And Pickens goes up and brings it down for a catch and a touchdown. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. And they strike first, 6-0, with 8:33 to play in the first quarter. And wave those terrible towels. The Steeler Nation is in another home away from home today. Showing up and showing out. Just one-on-one. Russ threw it up for him, and that's all Pickens. Finding the ball, turning around, going up for it, and able to haul it in for a catch, controlling possession, and a touchdown. So, extra point, snap, hold, kick, all good. 7-0. 8:33 to play in the first. So after a punt, and then they get a quick 3-and-out, offense drives and scores. And takes an early touchdown lead here on the road. So now with the lead, especially on the road, run the football. And they've done that well with Najee Harris for the most part all season. He's really only had one bad game. But he's bounced back from that. Like I said, 3 consecutive 100-yard games. Warren's getting rolling. Taking some time for him to come off the injury and adapt to the new system, as mentioned, with Arthur Smith now calling the plays. And then you have, Patterson, who can truck a couple people with his size, with them playing him as a back compared to a wide receiver. Because he had a big game against the Colts and then went down with that injury and then hasn't, like I said, played since, and now he's back today. So they're getting healthy, which is a good thing down the stretch. Obviously, the 2 linemen up front that are hurt, James Daniels and Trefano, they're season-ending injuries. But, come January, they might be fine. They might be good to go. They might be able to play. Only time will tell. But even with that, like I said, from left to right, right to left, everybody in the middle, up front on the line, regardless who's fucking playing, they're playing well. They're getting the job done, and that's what matters. And they're winning football games. Be a hell of a different story, no doubt about it, if they were 2-6 compared to 6-2, let alone anywhere in between. But and then offensively at quarterback with Russ taking over for Justin Fields, because remember they're 4-2 with Fields. And then, well, do you keep rolling with them? Do you switch to Russ because he's healthy now? Because remember, he was named the starter. And then he got hurt in camp with a calf injury and played a little bit in the preseason, but, emergency third string quarterback, until he started. And, it's been Russ now 3 games. And, they've won 2 of them, the third being today. So we'll see what happens as they're on a 3-game, winning streak. But remember, they also started 3-0, and then they dropped 2 and fell to 3-2, and then they're 4-2, 5-2, 6-2, counting off the bye. So hopefully they can maintain some momentum and get rid of that inconsistency and being up and down and all over the place. Just keep it going. They got a good thing going. So, we'll see how the defense plays here. When we return, or Boswell's on the kickoff. So. Yeah, 7 play, they say a 70-yard, they did start at 30 after that punt, didn't they? And a quick touchdown drive, not even 3 minutes. So they're able to just boom, 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 1, 2, 3, and, drive and score. Obviously, a couple penalties on that drive against the Washington defense they're probably pissed off about. But, hey, it is what it is. You're still going to play through it. So, Washington returns the kick to about the 30-yard line, all the first 10. Setting up shop there. Salute service for the NFL. As mentioned, once again, it is Veterans Day weekend. So, shout out to the troops. Thanks for your service, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. But back to the offense discussion in a little bit. But at least they got another receiver with Pickens now. Whether it's who they wanted or who they got or anywhere in between, that's a story for another time, with everybody they targeted or were in the mix for, and whether the asking price was too high or they just flat out said no, or, what if something fell through, or, they've gotten by with who they've had, and now they add who they've added. Oh, big hit by Patrick Queen. Tackle for loss. They'll have a 3rd and 3 coming up. 7-5-7 counting to play as we're in the DMV. As this is sort of a Mike Tomlin homecoming game, if you will. It's either Washington or Carolina, for closest proximity. But 3rd and 3, and Jaden Daniels, we'll see what he's got. But it's pressure. Yeah, there you go. Cam Hayward takes him down on the sack. 4th and long, along with Benton. Wrap him up, and they'll punt. And wave those towels. So 2 punts now by Washington. Just pressure. And they get to him. So they'll punt on 4th down. So Pittsburgh going to get the ball back with some decent starting field position here, it looks like, too. And here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Calvin Austin from the 20. Like I said, he returned one against New York a couple Monday nights ago. And he gets a couple yards there. 1st and 10 with a lead. So run the goddamn ball. So continue on with the offensive discussion. We'll talk about the defense a little bit later. With Sandwich up front and the backs and Russ at quarterback, and at least have somebody else at wide receiver now with Pickens. But Van Jefferson's been coming along. Calvin Austin's stepping up a little bit more. And then it's okay. 1, 2, 3, with a couple other receivers on, who the 5, 6, 7 guy is going to be if they want to go that far. Obviously, you'll have 53 for the game. Somebody's going to be inactive. Scotty Miller today. Ben Skoranek got the nod. He had the tackle on that muff punt. But thing is, too, with Patterson, you know, they can use him as a receiver. I don't know why they don't more than they, you know, do, but because I would be, because you know what he's been able to do in the past. But just continue to do what you're doing. You have momentum, run the football, be balanced, be consistent, and just score some points. So we'll see if they can do all that. Obviously, I understand you're not going to do everything all the time, but they'll on half of it. You know, 'cause one thing here, one thing there might be the difference in the game. But just overall, don't turn the football over. Okay. Like I said, once again, they're 6-2, but they probably should be and could be, but coulda, woulda, shoulda, obviously. Tough shit, but probably should be undefeated 8-0 if they didn't have those mistakes on the turnovers, let alone, you know, capitalizing off of them. But they've gotten better at that recently, so they're winning football games. You know, that's what matters at the end of the day. Winning versus losing. Because that's all anybody remembers, all anyone cares about is whether you won or lost. Hopefully you're on the winning side of things. So, if Permani Street in DC, I bet you couldn't find that anywhere else. Yeah, it must be. Shout out to Chantilly. I wasn't expecting that. 1st and 10 from the 21. And Russ going to get sacked. So, all right, we can go back to not talking about some Steeler fan naming all the streets in a northern VA town just outside of D.C. Good God. Yeah, all Steeler greats or Pittsburgh themed, you know, names. 2nd and 18 from the 13. 6 minutes to play, and Russ gonna avoid a sack here, roll out, and he throws it out of bounds, incomplete. So 3rd down, this drive seems dead after that open play sack and then the incompletion there. So probably run a draw here, get a sack, or run a draw here, don't take a sack. And we had Freiermuth over the middle on a crosser, but didn't see him. Really, run a draw or run a screen, and they'll end up punting. Because there's no way they're getting 19, 20 yards. And they'll run a draw up the middle with Warren, and punt. So, all right, yeah. 3 and out, they'll punt. Washington gets the ball back, down 7. So, talk about the offense. Let's talk about the defense some more. Obviously, pressure, just like Washington brought on Russ right there. But back to the first 2 drives, you had, a punt and then a big sack leading to a punt. So, just more pressure. What the fuck? They run a fake. Oh, my. See a replay. They ran a fake punt, snapped it to the up back, and he just chucked it. And he's wide open. But he underthrew him and it fell incomplete. Running a fake punt from your own 15-yard line. God damn. And now they got a 1st and 10 inside the red zone looking to tie this game up now. So the defense needs to get a stop, force a field goal, but They give up 9 yards there, and the new Steeler, Preston Smith, former Redskin, Packer, who they traded with to get him the other day. After the Mike Williams trade, he makes the tackle. I would like to hear what they have to say on why, you're running a fake punt from your own 15-yard line, mid-first quarter. They'll reset the play clock other than it is early and you have a lead, so that's probably going to be the answer, if I'd have to guess. Because you're not doing that later. But obviously you got to execute it, and they couldn't. Oh well. And they're going to give up, well, he's a yard short of a touchdown, but they're probably going to go for a touchdown here, and it's going to be 7-7 here in a little bit. Yeah, because they were going to punt, and then no, they just snapped with the up back, and guy was wide open. Completely underthrew him, though. And it fell incomplete. Unless they would have converted, it'd be 1st and 10. Perspective, narrative, obviously. Drive stays alive. But then no, a couple runs here, and Washington's got a 1st and goal at the 1. And they'll toss Eckler far side, and he walks in, touchdown. So they put the defense in a tough spot. And we're an extra point away from a tie ball game. Just hopefully that doesn't come back to bite them in the ass. Okay? I mean, because that's 7 points on a short field that you just gave up when you had a lead and you had some momentum on your side, with that lead, but then they got a stop on you, and extra point up and good. Pittsburgh and special teams as of late, they've been good. Maybe that's why they're like, well, all right, let's try to continue it, but it seems like they got a little too high on their horse and bit him in the ass, and there's a replay of it. Yeah, he just... He just underthrew him. Because they had him beat. He catches that. They get the 1st down for sure. I don't know if he would have broke a tackle and off the races he goes or not, but they at least get a 1st down. And it was a fake pass or fake punt pass. Normally, you always just see runs. And he just dropped it. Just flat out dropped it. Even though it was a little underthrown, he still fucking dropped it. He still had a chance to catch it, and he still dropped it. Man, that's a tough break. But now the offense is going to be back out there to, get something going again. So we're tied at 7. Austin Eckler just tied it up with a rushing touchdown. So Pickens and Eckler with the scores and the extra points up and good. But yeah, special teams wise for Pittsburgh as of late, it's been good. Obviously you have Chris Boswell at kicker. I get it, punter. Bill Burr went down. Cam Johnson, week 1, been out. They've had Corliss Waitman punting. He's done all right. He's going to punt there, but they were on a fake, so he didn't. And he still hasn't yet today, even though, they had to, give the ball back. They had him. A little underthrown, still was catchable, and dropped. And then they have a 1st and 10 to the 15-yard line. A couple plays later, they're in, but it is what it is. Just like I said, hopefully it doesn't bite in the ass. But along with the other special teams, good that's gone their way as we're back from break. They've had blocked field goals. blocked extra points, blocked punts, kickoff punt returns for touchdowns. So you run a fake punt, like I said, normally you don't see a pass. It's normally always a run, but they had a 4th and a mile, so obviously, yeah, you're gonna throw probably. And they caught him off guard. They had him too. Yeah, familiar faces. Yeah, there you go. There's the one American action with Mike Tomlin. It's normally Sean McDermott, but yeah, like I said, Dan Quinn's involved in that as well. Yep. So we've discussed this numerous times in the past. So just mind games, with history, people knowing each other. Let's play some chess over checkers. So Austin in motion, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 30 after the touchback. They'll toss near side Najee Harris and breaks a tackle, but still no gain on the play because they got off of a block and hit him and pushed the blocker, which was Calvin Austin, back into Najee off the block. So what can you do? So 2nd and 10, and see if they can not have that touchdown drive be the only thing they do here today, and then because of the fake punt, everything goes out the window and they just let them do what they want. No, you want to keep your calm here, keep your composure, just keep doing you, put the pressure on them, not yourself, but they did put the pressure on the defense with a short field. Like if it was 4th and short, they still run it, on a fake punt. They're probably running it, snapping it up back and running rather than, throwing it. And obviously they're not going to be able to run that the rest of the game. Probably a little in the rest of the season for that matter. Just because teams are going to be ready for it now that they actually ran it. But you still got to execute, and they couldn't. And now they got a 3rd and 8 here on the next offensive drive, in which they haven't been able to convert on 3rd down yet at all today. So Russ looking to throw, going deep far side, and incomplete 10 for Van Jefferson. So they're going to have to punt again. God damn. So 4th down. So offense now just stuck. And punt on the opening drive. And then a touchdown drive, but the fake punt, now another punt. No muff on this one from the 29. They fair catch it. Be 1st and 10 Washington with 2:07 to play in the first. 7 apiece with Pittsburgh and the Skins. That turned into the football team and are now Commanders. So defensively, it's still pressure off the edge. It's still TJ Watt. Like I said, they got Alex Highsmith back from injury their last game after he was out for a few weeks. But then Herbig on Highsmith's side is still out with an injury. He missed a good part of a month now. But then they traded for Preston Smith, who's a big-bodied D lineman who can play outside. There's some flexibility there, so they have him, playing some meaningful snaps here today, no doubt about it. He's been out there more than Mike Williams has, as they traded for both of them on Tuesday. Like I said a couple weeks ago, like maybe because of the bye, and he had some moves already in the league prior to that, maybe after their last game going into the bye week, they make a move. You get everybody in there then and get accustomed and acclimated, and then you get a full week and then into this game. But no, they waited till the deadline to make the moves they made, and then you get a couple days worth, and then here we are. But they're on the team. That's what matters. And they're both active. But obviously still in the middle, you have Cam Hayward and Keanu Benton, who out of Wisconsin as well, has been playing well. And Patrick Queen in the middle, Landon Roberts, Peyton Wilson, a rookie, been playing well this season as well. But it's with Jaden Daniels at quarterback, pressure off the edge. If they can't, obviously he's going to be able to stand back there and throw it, let alone decide to tuck it and run if he needs to. Won the Heisman last year, as mentioned. Number 2 pick in the draft this past April, behind Caleb Williams, who went to the Bears, and he went to Washington. But it's Minka in the secondary. It's Joey Porter. It's Dante Jackson. You have Beanie Bishop, playing well at nickel. Obviously, Cam Sutton's back too, but handoff, tackle for loss, and Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi Ogunjobi wraps him up. He's also up front in the middle. So they have depth, and it seems like they have the guys they really want to be playing. There's not many second, third string guys defensively that it's like, okay, well, if they're in there, it's going to go wrong for them, it's going to go bad. No, everybody's capable of making plays here. And, it's been a while since it's been like that. 3rd and 13 coming up. So it's really pressure off the defensive front 4, front 7, and into a turnover, as it should be with the Steeler defense. Bring the blitz. And over the middle, caught, dropped, incomplete to begin with. So 4th down, they'll punt. So what they just said, there's been 8 total drives between these two teams, and we still have 1:22 to play in the first quarter. It's just been a lot of back and forth of a whole lot of nothing other than the 2 touchdown drives. But credit to both defenses. They're making stops, as they should be. Pittsburgh with pressure on the punt. Almost blocked it, but no. And Austin was going to fair catch it. Faked everybody out, and the ball rolls in the end zone for a touchback. So, special teams. All right. So they'll take a quick commercial break here with 30-second pitcher-in-pitcher. Keep the eye on the field, and Pittsburgh will have a 1st and 10 at the 20. Just make sure they didn't touch it before it did bounce in the end zone. Yeah, one in the end zone, not at the 1. Real close, though. Look at that pylon cam. Yeah. So. There's Cam Sutton. He is back to wearing number 20. So he was out there on that last play for the incompletion. So they're working him back into the fold. The Steeler defense has never changed through the years. Bubble screen complete. Calvin Austin. He gets about 6, maybe 7 yards. 2nd and short coming up. It's really just the names of, the plays that they do run that is what changes. Everything's still the same. Through the steel curtain years till now. But 2nd down and short. Might be the final play of the first quarter, about 30 seconds to go here. Yeah. And they'll hand off Jalen Warren. He gets a 1st down, bulldoze into the 36. That's a Jalen Warren you want to see. That's who he was last year. Obviously banged up to begin the season. New system with Arthur Smith once again as the OC. It's just taking some time to get going. And he's had a couple big runs now here today. So a couple big first down runs, I might add. 3-2-1 into the first quarter. We're tied at 7 with Pittsburgh and Washington here this afternoon. So they'll flip end zones, and we'll go back to the action to begin the second quarter here shortly. As so here we go. Steelers are not bowing down and hailing to the Redskins by any means, but just got to get it going again. A little too inconsistent there in the first quarter, no doubt about it. 2 special teams, plays with the fake punt didn't go their way. Washington got 7 points out of it. Just think, they end up punting, get a stop, as they've stopped them the rest of the way versus giving them a short field. You probably have a 7-0 lead looking to extend it, not tied at 7 looking to get back on top right now. So, it is what it is. That's just, like I said, hopefully it doesn't bite in the ass. It's just, you do see teams, try to run fake punts for whatever reason from around like their own 20-yard line, and it's either going to work or it's not. And obviously if it does, nobody cares, but if it doesn't, everybody's, ripping them a new one. That's just how it goes. And that's why I said it's really probably think about it. Well, what would the response be? For the question, to be asked and answered. Well, Tom would probably say something along the lines of, you had a lead, you had momentum, catch them off guard, obviously, which they did, but they just got to execute. But then there's the flip side of it. Even with it being early in the lead, because you're not doing that in the fucking fourth quarter. No way. The flip side of it is, well, you give them a short field if you don't get it, which, well, then they did, and then 3 plays later they scored. So, it should be 7-0, but it's 7-7 because of them deciding to go run a fake punt on 4th and whatever it was, and pass, little underthrown, still catchable, and dropped incomplete. So, just really forget about it, move on, run the football, which they are. It seems like Warren's running better than Naj today, this first 15. But you got to give Russ, a pocket. Let him throw. Obviously, if he wants to take off and tuck it and run, then by all means, go right ahead. That was the thing with, Fields. He's more mobile than Russ, and Russ takes a lot of sacks. So, dump off for about 3, maybe 4 yards to Jalen Warren. Second down coming up, but they're still moving the football. That's what matters. Move the football downfield and score points, regardless of who's playing. And as I said, I think they can win with whoever's playing quarterback. Second down from 39. And a handoff, Warren again, and he gets a yard. So third down, and we've seen a lot of these downs already today by both teams. It's just how good the defenses are playing. It really is. At least Pittsburgh put a drive together and drove the line from the field and scored. Washington got lucky, and because of Pittsburgh's mistake on the fake punt, got 7 points 3 plays later. But defensively, bending but not breaking. 3rd and 6 from the 40. Russ on a slant, caught but short. And George Pickens going to be brought up about 2 yards shy, so 4th down, and they'll punt. So until they convert, they can do all they want, a couple yards here, a couple yards there, but you got to build. At least the defense is playing lights out. I mean, they were put in a tough spot with, the fake punt that didn't go their way. So what are they supposed to do? They got 15 yards in the end zone behind them, and muffed punt again. He muffed it for the second time, and Pittsburgh has it. Steeler ball, 1st and 10. Let's go. From the 14, now they're going to set up shop, and special teams, man. They didn't. Yeah. Muffed punt recovered by the kicking team. 1st down, Steelers. Hit him right in the face mask again. And Ben Skoranek, who almost recovered the other one, recovers this one. And it was no catch interference. He signaled fair catch. And, all right, don't run into him. Just fucking stand there. And obviously all jittery, and let the ball hit him in the face mask again. And Skoranek hands it over to Danny Smith. Here you go. Chew on that. So now hopefully they can make up for their mistake on the fake punt. They can capitalize off of a muff punt and score, and then you still have that 7-point cushion. Whether they have the touchdown or not, because then you're back to making stops defensively. 1st and 10 from the 14. And Russ up under center will hand off Najee Harris. And he gets 3, maybe 4 yards. So 2nd down, but I'm sure they're hooting and hollering, yelling at him, saying them, calling them this, saying names. You're going to fucking drop it, you're going to drop it, you're going to drop it. And then sure enough, he fucking dropped it. So 2nd and 7. I mean, I'll take a field goal, comes down to it. Because then that'll be the difference in this game. For the time being, but I would love a touchdown because you got a short field to work with. Because remember, you gave them a short field to work with, all the special teams there too. So Russ going to roll out near side, dump off in the flat, Freiermuth in stride, and the 3-yard line, 1st and goal. Run it in. You got 4 plays. You should be able to score. So 1st and goal out of the eye with Pruitt in motion. And they'll run Najee Harris. And he gets stuffed. No gain. 2nd and goal. Come on. Punch it in. Let's go. So 2nd and goal, still here from the 3-yard line. Russ. Pass incomplete, intended for Austin at the pylon near side. So 3rd and goal. Dan Quinn says milk the cow. Or drive the car. One of the two. Good coverage. There's nobody open. Freiermuth was late, but and then Pickens in back corner, but he had already threw the ball, so obviously the defender's going to jump. But 3rd and goal. Freiermuth in motion, top of your screen. Timeout, 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 timeout. Almost didn't get it off for a delay game. Into the flat, Freiermuth far side, touchdown. And Muth chance. And Pittsburgh capitalizes off of a wash and error. But what's new? They're always making fucking mistakes in DC. At least the past 4 years they have. Extra point here by Boswell. Up and good. 14-7. So it's really a 7-0 game. But then you have 7 points by Washington off of a mistake by Pittsburgh on a fake punt. They got a short field and a touchdown. And then Pittsburgh capitalizes off of a muffed punt by Washington and gets touchdown themselves. Like I said, to give them that 7-point cushion again that they had at 7-0, and then you're still getting stops on defense. So 14-7 here. We'll update some stats. But that's what I was saying, timeout. The play clock was winding down. It didn't seem like they were getting it off. And then they let it slide. You know, they normally do let it slide for that half second after it doesn't expire. As it did. And then they snapped it, and then into the flat far side. Fryermuth catches it wide open, touchdown. So 14-7 Steelers here, about an hour or so in. Jaden Daniels gonna be getting the ball back. Eckler has the rushing touchdown, but 5 is 3 of 6 for 22 yards. Eckler 4 carries, 8 yards, and that touchdown. Russ is 7 of 12 for 48 yards and 2 touchdowns. 1 to Pickens, 1 to Fryermuth. So that means Mike Williams is next, followed by Van Jefferson and Calvin Austin, let alone Darnell Washington, Connor Hayward, Michael Pruitt. Warren has 4 carries, 25 yards. Najee Harris, 8 of 20. Warren has a catch for 3 yards as well. Jefferson's been targeted, no catch. Darnell Washington has a catch for 6 yards. Calvin Austin, catch for 7 yards. Fryermuth, who just caught the touchdown, 2 of 11 for him in the score. Pickens to go up 7-0. He has 2 catches, 21 yards, and touchdown. So, but special teams, you know, that's the difference in this game right now. Special teams and turnovers. You know, because the special teams fake punt resulted in a turnover on downs. Short field for Washington, they tied at 7. And then a muffed punt is going to go down as a fumble. So that's a turnover, and then Pittsburgh scores off of that. So everything's connecting. And Pittsburgh is up 7 again, 14-7. Your score, 10:28 to play in the half. Both teams, all 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning to come. Washington will get the ball to begin the second half, I might add. So, Pittsburgh defensively, though, they're making stops. We are Penn State. Whiteout win last night. Lions will be on CBS next Saturday at Purdue. I'll have live play watch along reactions. Then, we should tune back in. But, yeah. And Fryermuth, yeah, we are. See if Joey Porter can make a play now. On defense for the Steelers. Talk about the pressure again. Another turnover. And Daniels looking to throw near side, high, but caught. Right at the marker. And I'll say first down.
That's a really good catch because Noah Brown was slipping coming out of his break. Remember earlier in the game we saw George Pickens go down and slip and unable to catch the football.
Got a hold on the defense, even though it's going to be declined. So, first down. Obviously, if he would have dropped that, they would have took the hold. But seemingly a late penalty, but still, first down Washington. From the 41, Daniel's going to fake the run, going deep near side, and Porter on the coverage, and they're okay. Now there's a flag. I was going to say, how the hell do they not throw a defensive hold or a defensive pass interference on him on that? It'll be a spot foul, automatic first down. So back-to-back penalties now against the Steeler defense. Yeah, that's a good call. I'm not going to argue that. That's clear as day. Refs are letting them play. They're calling everything that's been obvious, so no doubt about it. So, is what it is. Play through it. From the 36, first and 10. Daniels will hand off. Eckler. And the former Charger gets a first down. And now we got some pushing and shoving. Flags come flying. Somebody lost his helmet. And the refs get it under control before we get a fight. We'll see what the call is. Or they can get the person who did it or afterwards. Personal foul on the offense, personal foul on the defense. They're going to offset, and they'll replay the down. Well, it'll be a first down because they got the run, and then everything was after the play, and they offset, so it doesn't fucking matter. Just some pushing and shoving. Let me fucking spit on him. So they don't throw anybody out, but first and 10. Quick bubble screen, caught, and Beanie Bishop with, who was that, Elliott? Yeah, Deshaun Elliott, 25 on the tackle. If they would have been able to jump that, they would have picked that off, and it might have been a pick six. Got some highlights. We'll get to some other scores here in a little bit, but week 10 in the NFL already, mid-November. Pittsburgh at Washington today. Then they'll host Baltimore before they got to go to Cleveland on a short week, a week before Thanksgiving. But then they'll have a mini bye over Thanksgiving before then they got to go to Cincinnati at the end of the month. So, well, technically it'd be December the 1st. But 2nd and 12, they run it, tackle for loss, 3rd and 14 coming up. Pie, well, we'll have that on this down and through on 4 with 8:44 to play, and a lot of that on the holiday. And, you know, obviously, if you know, you know, anytime you want. 3rd and 14. Or allowed to have. From the 30, 3rd and 14. Empty set. And over the middle, incomplete, 4th down, and they're going to have to kick the field goal. Yeah, they'll kick it. They're not going to go for a 4th and 14 and they kick a 48-yard field goal. 30, 40. Yeah, 47, 48 yards. Yeah. So this will be Zane Gonzalez's first field goal attempt in like 3 years. From the right hash, kicks up, kicks good. So 14-10. But Pittsburgh's going to get the ball back. Up 4 with time and timeouts to go do something before halftime now. As Washington will get the ball back to begin the second half. So You'd like to go get some points here, no doubt about it, because a field goal makes it another one-score, 7-point lead. Touchdown, you're up 11. That's 2 scores with a touchdown, 2-point field goal. So, yeah, would love a touchdown. If you got to settle for 3, okay, so be it. And then it's back to the 7-point, margin that you've had for the most part all game thus far. So they're playing well this first half. I mean, defense is making stops, so obviously they've punted a couple times, but when they get a drive going, and score. There hasn't been anything that's, and knock on wood, I don't want to jinx them now, but that's hurt them. A couple penalties on that defensive possession right there hurt them, with those penalties, and that allowed Washington to get a little closer, and then obviously drive stalls to kick a field goal. But you're looking at hoping to work some clock if you can, more than anything else, whether you get anything or not. Just because then if they get the ball back, well, they don't have time, to really do much. So work some clock. So run the football, but just drive and get some points. 17, 21, 10 at halftime maybe, and then get in the second half. Normally it's a slow start for them, and then they're picking up the pace right around now into the second half with momentum on their side. Today it's all right. They're playing well to this point. Like I said, both defenses making stops, so just keep doing what you're doing. You don't want to have any setbacks at this rate, because this is, like I said, around the time they get going, and so you should be able to hopefully do just that. Keep it going, extend your lead. Field goals, 7 points, touchdowns, and 11 points. So. Yeah. And Washington going to be on a short week after today for next week. So Washington will kick off, and Pittsburgh from the goal line on the return. And Warren gets 35-yard line, almost broke it. So there you have a spark. Just keep it going. Like I said, run the football, work clock, go from there. From the 35, 1st and 10. And intended for Austin near side, incomplete. Mike Williams is out there. So they're getting him involved on this drive. See if they actually throw to him or not. So 2nd and 10. And they'll run a draw with Patterson, excuse me. The dreads threw me off. Even though obviously you go by number. 3rd down, 3rd and 4. Convert. Yeah, if Washington get off the field, get the ball back, I mean, they're going to have a chance to cut this lead to 1, let alone take their first lead. So, Russ is going to avoid a sack. tuck it and run, and he'll get a first down. There you go. Got 6 yards on a 3rd and 4, and they'll move the sticks.
How about watching Russell Wilson on this play? You can almost hear almost see his mind at work as he's
He wanted to throw it right there. Yep. But he's like, nope. He's going to get tackled, and I'm just going to tuck it and run and get a first down. Now run the football some more. Maybe take a shot. Why not? Why not take a shot here? Go deep. You're right around midfield. Now ball at the 47. Jefferson in motion. And they'll hand off Warren. He avoids a tackle for loss. And they'll stuff him, so no gain. 2nd and 10. But like I said, why not take a shot? I mean, I get going back to what I said. Yeah, you want to work some clock too, no doubt about it. But they just need a spark, big play down the middle or down the sideline, whatever. Give them a reason. 2nd and 10. A reason to do something off of it. Russ gonna step up, avoid a sack, and then he just throws it out of bounds incomplete. It's caught by somebody on the sideline, but incomplete on the field.
I think Pittsburgh may have got away with a hook on Fowler. That could have been a holding penalty with the pressure that he created. Watch Fowler right here, making his pass rush. See Jones with the right arm? I think he was pushing. He wasn't flagged on that one. A good job by Russell Wilson finding a way to get rid of it.
So 3rd and 10. They converted on the other 3rd down on this drive thus far, but it's 3rd and 10. This ain't 3rd manageable. Not saying they're not going to be able to convert, but still, it's just a tough spot. Timeout. Yeah. Play clock was winding down. They'll call a timeout.
Their first, the 30-second timeout.
It's 9:54 to go in this first half. Pittsburgh with a 14-10 lead over the Commanders. We mentioned the bye week. Steelers won 7 in a row coming off the bye. They are 13-4 under Mike Tomlin in that scenario.
Isn't it interesting? The veteran coaches.
They've won 7 in a row off of a bye. They're 13-4 under Tomlin. They've also won 6 of 7 against the Skins, okay? The loss was in 2020. Before then, you got to go back to the late 80s last time they lost to them. But 3rd and 10 after the timeout. See the draw up. I'd take a shot. I mean, why not? Like I said, it's 3rd and 10. And then if it's picked off, okay, you flip the field. If it's incomplete, you end up punting. You're going to flip field anyway. Get out there on defense before halftime. Make some stops. Yeah, they go deep near side and incomplete. 10 for Austin. So 4th down, they'll punt. Oh, well. Not really much there you can do.
Watch to the left of your screen. Warren does a nice job picking him up, but he turns into a low percentage throw. Because that high archer he's throwing, he's not throwing it to George Pickens. He's not throwing it to
Well, it doesn't matter who he's throwing to. Your receiver should be able to catch the football. But he couldn't find it, and even if he did catch it, he was probably going to get decked. This punt going to be down inside the 10 at the 5. So now Washington going to be backed up. They're going to have to go ways. They're going to have to go the length of the field here before halftime if they want to score. 5:39 to play in the half. Washington ball down for 14-10 Pittsburgh. They have 3 timeouts. The Steelers have 2. 2-minute warning coming up. I mean, still should be able to get the ball back before halftime if you can get a stop. Because if you give them a 5-minute drive, they're probably going to score on you. So we'll see if they can, get a stop and just get a stop. I mean, if you don't end up getting anything off of it, then okay. You still have a lead at halftime, but get a stop, get the ball back would be nice. To go kick a field goal, go score a touchdown still before half, and then go from there. So we'll see what happens. Jags are up on the Vikings 7-3. Broncos 14-3 at Kansas City against the Chiefs. Kansas City just scored, though, so it's going to be 14-10. 13-10 Colts at home against the Bills. Niners lead the Bucks on the road 10-3. Saints 17-7, leading Atlanta, trying to win their first game since September. And New England with a 9, make it 10-3 lead at Chicago. Here we are, 14-10, with the Steelers leading the Washington Redskins football team, Commanders, whatever the hell you want to call them. So, yeah, those are your 1 o'clock games. We'll recap Thursday. We'll recap earlier. We'll see what's going on with these games score-wise when we get around to it at halftime. Preview what's to come. Preview next week as well, so stay tuned for that. And to see how this game plays out. It just feels like it's still going to come down to, play or two in the second half, as it normally does in the Steeler game. Defense seemed to stop, but it's been a lot of special teams and, capitalizing off of the other team's mistakes on why you have the points you have. So, be 1st and 10, Washington. Down 4 here, 14-10 Steelers. 5:39 to play in the half. They got 3 timeouts. Pittsburgh with 2, as mentioned. 2-minute warning coming up. They'll run a draw, actually fake the give. Daniels rolls out, gets pushed out of bounds, 2nd down. So, see the defense get a stop, get off the field, get the ball back with some decent starting field position to do something, but it's really going to depend on how these first couple plays go. So 2nd down and 6 from the 10. And Jaden Daniels over the middle, caught. They're picking on Joey Porter today. They are. Did he catch it? Yeah, he caught it. All right. Looked like the ball was coming out there at the end, but he was able to control and possess. That's the catch. 1st down. Washington. First and 10. And Highsmith off the edge, and down he goes. Atlanta Roberts there to help him. So, 2nd and long, got a flag on the play. See what that dirty laundry is here from the Zebras. It looks like it's going to get the Steeler defense. They're going to have a hold. Yeah. Well, not necessarily. It could be up front of the line too, buddy. 2 fouls, both on the defense. So one's going to be accepted, one's going to be declined. The hold's declined, and then you got a personal foul. Oh, come on. Yeah, you're going to take the face mask.
Right at the top, you got Porter 24, and then Elliott 25 with the hold on Ertz. Right in front of him.
Whatever. So, should have been sacked, 2nd and long inside the 5, but they got a 1st and 10 now. The 31 because of more penalties on defense. That's what's hurting them today. And throw into the ground, incomplete, as Beanie Bishop brought a safety blitz, unblocked off the edge, and who else was there? Highsmith. And yeah, he just threw it in dirt, incomplete, so 2nd and 10.
So give the Steelers credit. They won that down. But how about Daniels' poise to just ground the ball, just turn it, and put it in harm's way and make a bad situation worse.
His completion rate 71.5%, coming in the highest ever for a quarterback in their first 9 games.
Empty set. Daniels gonna pass complete over the middle. Ertz short though, third and about a yard, maybe 2. Patrick Queen on the tackle.
Catches, yards, and touchdowns to Kelsey. NFL Today update. JJ Watt.
Guys, speaking of tight ends, we'll take you over here. 4th and goal. Patrick Mahomes to Travis Kelce. That's his 76th receiving touchdown, which ties Kenny Gonzalez for Chiefs tight ends all time. We could say those are 2 impressive tight end eras for Kansas City. Back to you guys.
You could. You could say that.
Do you hear it come out of JJ's voice? His old tight end days right there.
That's right.
He's thinking to himself, I would have shredded him like that too if I'd seen that.
Yeah, could have been a contender.
I could have been one of those guys.
Zach Ertz
So
comes
third and a yard.
the tight end feed here. Now an adjustment on that right shoe. Line of scrimmage is the 40. They're staring at a 3rd and 1.
Come on, defense, get a stop.
In there.
Probably going to be a run, but watch a play action. They haven't converted on 3rd down yet today either. They run a end around on a reverse and they get it. Missed tackle by TJ. So 1st and 10.
Let's go back to something that we talked about with the Washington Commanders and Terry McLaurin. Remember Cliff Kingsbury, the offensive coordinator? He dials up a lot of plays, but he thinks players first rather than play. He put Austin Eckler in a jet sweep position to make sure he touched the football on that play. Player first, play second.
Out of the pistol. Fake the run. Pass incomplete near side midfield. 2nd and 10. 2:59 to play in the first half here. Come on, defense.
2nd and 10 with 2:59 remaining in this first half.
So that play with Eckler tells you that in Washington, these players play multiple positions all the time and have to know what they are. Is that why that Eckler ran is normally a wide receiver, slot receiver position making that play? They just put Eckler in that spot, replaced him to make sure a running back touched the ball on that play.
Nichols exits the backfield. Daniels rushes
Jaden Daniels over the middle. Caught once again by Ertz. And short again. Another 3rd and 1 coming up with, was that Peyton Wilson on the tackle? Just touched him to make sure he was down.
continues to roll. 2:40
Obviously, you got to be down by contact in the NFL. 3rd and a yard. They're going to go hurry up.
Quarterback run game is going to start to be a little more prevalent, I think, for Washington.
And they'll run a draw and get another 1st down. God damn.
Robinson Jr. today and doing it with Eckler and McNichols. Rodriguez has not been a part of it. 4-yard gain.
But you notice how they're starting to make a little more headway against this defensive front of Pittsburgh. Those inside handoffs. Eventually, he pulls it from the chest of the runner and keeps it himself, being the quarterback, Daniels.
1st and 10, about 44, and we hit the 2-minute warning. So 2 minutes to play in the half. Washington's got all 3 timeouts left. Now a short field to work with. Down 4. Pittsburgh leads 14-10. See the defense get a stop. This rate, probably not. Just because they've let them already drive a good, 55, 60 yards. So, just penalties defensively is killing them today. The difference still in this game is some special teams mistakes on both sides and, points off of that. And then obviously Washington has a field goal. So Pittsburgh's probably glad they have that opening touchdown. The passing touchdown to Pickens. And then you get into the special teams, 7 apiece, 14-7, the field goal, they're driving, so just quit shooting yourselves in the foot. Penalties. They're killers. Along with turnovers, but at least that was evened out, and then it's the field goal, and now they have the ball back, and then yet there's more penalties. So got to clean it up. Got to clean it up.
Versus Tyson, only on Netflix.
Until they do, it's just gonna be the way it is. A couple questionable ones, but everything else has been, a penalty. Like I said, I'm not gonna argue, with them. Have a problem with it when they don't call it down the middle, or when they, miss the clear-cut obvious ones, or they call shitty ones. It's like, what the hell? But so you stop. I mean, if anything, force a field goal. But then once again, remember, Washington's getting the ball back in the second half. So Pittsburgh offensive, by the time they touch the ball again sometime early mid-third quarter, it's going to be a while. From when they just had it and gave it back to him with 5 and change left in the half, to, whenever it does roll around in the second half. Because you're looking at 5 minutes of game time, 10 minutes of real time for halftime, and then however long their opening drive is before the Steeler offense gets the ball back. If they don't get the ball back here before halftime again, which they probably won't at this rate, like that's what I said. They need to stop, but they haven't been able to stop them thus far, so what makes you think they're going to?
Really good ball handling by Daniels, but we've seen a number of guys slip here in the first half. Wonder if there'll be some cleats changed during the intermission.
Eckler had a season-high 14 touches last week in that victory over the Giants. 8 carries, 27 yards for Eckler in the first half.
So 2nd and 3, handoff, tackle for loss to Sean Elliott. So 3rd down. If I'm Pittsburgh, I'm calling one of those 2 timeouts, and then calling that 3rd and final one on 4th down to make them punt rather than kick a long field goal. Because then you get the ball back. All right, no time, hardly about a minute or so. No timeouts. Got to get out of bounds if you want to get something going. But worst comes to worst. But good of that is going to be they don't give up anything here. They might not do anything themselves. It'd be good if they did, but they probably won't before half. And then we just have halftime, and it's what it is now, 14-10, and then you get another stop, get the ball back, and then go from there in the second half. Like 3rd down, 3rd and 4. And over the middle, caught, 1st down. So at the 15, they got a new set of downs, and still a minute and 3 timeouts to score. So they probably will. And they go hurry up, too. And they'll run a draw. Eckler for about 8, 2nd and 2. Pittsburgh's not going to be in any hurry now to stop the clock. They're just going to let it run because they're not getting the ball back until, like I said, early mid-third quarter at this rate. And it goes back to what I just said. It's going to be a while from when they last touch it to the next time they touch it. 2nd and 2. Daniels hands off, 1st and goal. But Elliott with another big tackle. But 1st and goal, Washington. 26 seconds, I'll call timeout. Force a field goal, if anything. Get a turnover somehow. Don't give up a touchdown. If you do, okay, you're down 3. You got to, trade that back, get a field goal yourself, 17 apiece. Maybe going in the 4th quarter at that rate. See what gives.
Because you cannot just press into throwing the ball to conserve time. It worked out well for Washington.
And Washington will get the ball to start the second half. So
1st and goal
potentially consolidate.
from the 3.
26 seconds to go, first half.
Pittsburgh needs to have someone on the quarterback here. He's a potential runner, especially at this situation.
And Daniels looking to throw back at the end zone. Caught and dropped, incomplete. He had it for a touchdown. He dropped it. He heard footsteps. Incomplete, 2nd and goal.
He did what he had to do, which is you got to throw the ball sharply and with a little bit of pace on it down near the goal line. Get a lot of hands available, a lot of people there, tight coverage. That's one down. Brown knows he has to come down.
And a timeout by Pittsburgh, their 3rd and final. And we'll make sure they're ready, make sure they're set with 22 seconds left. Don't want to give up anything here. Especially on the previous play when he gets out wide open in the back of the end zone, he gave up a touchdown, but he luckily dropped it and it's incomplete, so it's still 14-10.
JB's holding report. It's coming up. Verizon. Halftime report.
Everyone paying attention to? I mean, they're locked in. When the professor talks,
Oh, you listen.
he's eating up. Did you feel like down here Brown got caught in between jumping, not jumping, and it threw off his concentration?
2nd and goal from the 3 after the timeout. And they throw a fade far side, and the receiver, oh, come on. He fucking fell down. Jesus Christ. Foul's going to occur in the end zone, and be spotted at the 1, 1st and goal. Come on. They're really picking on Joey Porter today. Washington offensively and the fucking refs. 1st and goal.
So the ball is placed at the 1 because they have 2 timeouts remaining. Everything is on the table here for Washington.
Echols in the backfield. He's a 10-runner inside near the goal line.
15 playing the drive. Daniels making sure everybody's on the same page. 1st and goal from the 1.
Handoff Eckler, and he walks in, touchdown. God damn it. You just gave up a 95-yard touchdown drive in 5 minutes just prior to halftime. They have a lead now for the first time today. They have momentum on their side. Oh, guess what? They're going to get the ball back to begin the second half. They're just shooting themselves in the foot with too many fucking penalties. You still play through it, but they got to clean it up. And they got to get the run game going on offense and stop the damn run on defense. Here's the extra point, which is up and good. So Washington now leads by 3, 17-14. And, okay, you give them their touchdown there on a 5-minute touchdown drive that took up the length of the field just prior to halftime. And you have Pittsburgh's opening touchdown with Pickens. Those cancel each other out. Obviously, you add to it, points get scored, but you have another 7 points and another 7 points off of special teams. And Washington with the field goal on one of their previous drives before this. That's the difference in this game now. Just because you gave up that touchdown drive. You would have forced a kick, okay, you're still up 1, but damn. That one's a tough one, especially right before halftime. Because what's the offense going to do here when they get the ball back? 16 seconds, no timeouts. Not a damn thing. They're going to take a fucking knee. Unless they can break one, get a return. Patterson at the 5, 15, 20, 25 to the 28. And then the ball's out. He was clearly down, though. So 11 seconds. Take 2 shots. Why not? Heave it. If you can get in field goal range somehow, 11 seconds is 2 plays. But you're going to have to get a big chunk. You got to get the hell out of bounds. They're taking a knee. So, Washington now leads Pittsburgh 17-14 at halftime. They'll get the ball back to begin the second half, I might add as well, with the momentum they have. And we're not counting that offensive drive by the Steelers because it's just a kneel down. When they get the ball back early mid-third quarter, it's going to be 5 minutes of game time, 10 minutes of real time with halftime, and then however long Washington takes up early third quarter before Pittsburgh offensively gets the ball back to actually be able to go do something. They're down 3 right now. They might be down 3. They might be down 6. They might be down 10 when that time rolls around. I don't know. We're going to find out together. But thanks once again for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions, comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. Scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. But the defense needs to get some fucking stops. They need to make some plays. Get the hell out the field. Quit shooting themselves in the foot with penalties. They got to get a running game going offensively. Got to stop the run. I mean, it's pressure on Jane Daniels to, force some throwaways, force some throws he doesn't want to throw, interceptions here and there. Maybe a strip sack fumble. But penalties is what's killing them. Because remember, they had a sack down inside the 5-yard line, and it was going to be second, third, and long. But no, a penalty, automatic first down, and the drive just stayed alive, and the drive just stayed alive, and the drive just stayed alive as they continue to drive the length of the field. A couple more penalties, I might add, cost Pittsburgh, and then, Washington punches in from a yard out and, takes their first lead 17-14 going into halftime now. And, man, just frustrating. I don't know how the hell you can allow that to happen. But they did. Just, they got to get momentum back on their side now and get some stops defensively. Get rolling on offense. They haven't even been able to get in Boswell field goal range on the non-touchdown drives. It's been punt. Obviously, they ran the fake punt. Washington muffed a punt. 7 points apiece by both teams off of that. And then you have the other 2 touchdown drives, and then it's a field goal difference. But it's still, with the fake punt, you give them a short field. I mean, that's a 7-point difference. Unless they score there, you're still at 4-14-10. Okay, you got a muffed punt too, so like I said, it cancels out, but just that decision to do that is probably why you're down 3, along with, to show highlights here, along with giving up a field goal when you can't get in field goal range for Boswell on your non-touchdown drives. So 17-14 Washington. They lead by 3 on top of Pittsburgh here at halftime. So they're showing off some highlights of these other games, some scores. We're going to update those here in a minute. But just, they got to have something go their way. They do. If not, it's going to be a long second half. Because, they're down 3. Somehow tie it after a stop, take a lead again, okay. You're playing 3-4 point swings then. But you go another field goal, touchdown, next to nothing. Okay, it's still 17-14, but it might be 20, it might be 24-14, here before too long. And then you're in a hole. And then offensively, what do you do? But they're playing damn good defense, Washington is. You got to give them credit. It's just you factor everything that's happening in this first half. It's still coming down to, with the 2 touchdowns and then the 2 touchdowns off of mistakes on special teams by both teams. they have a field goal when you don't have a field goal because your non-touchdown drives, you can't even get field goal range. So 17-14 here at halftime. If, they could, like I said, get a stop, kick a field goal, tie it, score a touchdown. They just need momentum. That's all they need. They need something to go their way. They just need to get some stops too, because if not, it's going to get ugly. Because Washington does have momentum. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, we're still going to have to be played. Crowd's quiet on their part at this rate. You know, they were loud early, but home away from home, you're going to need them in the second half. They need a turnover is what they fucking need. That's what they need. That's going to haunt if they lose this game. Along with, you know, the field goal, because everything else evens out. You know? So, as I said, they got to get in field goal range on non-touchdown drives and kick it. To tie, to retake a lead once again. But no, they momentum. They need a turnover. Because that's what you've seen when they have a turnover go their way. For the most part, they're able to do something off of it now. So, and the crowd, especially on the road, you know, but you have it, you know, split, you know, it's home away from home, Steeler Nation in attendance. Yeah, for sure. They need to get a turnover, feed off the crowd, just get a stop, and then the offense has got to do something. So, and it wasn't taking them into the end zone right before halftime. It was 5 minutes. It was 95 yards and a touchdown. It wasn't like they had on a short field work with, like, they had the Steeler defense, you know, on their back. So, man, frustrating. But need to stop. And so it's coming back around to, as expected, the Steeler defense is going to have to make a play in the second half to probably find a way to win this game for them. It's really the penalties on defense that's killing them right now, because they're allowing Washington to continue to drive because of it. They can't maintain momentum. So some stats. With Washington leading Pittsburgh 17-14 at halftime. They'll get the ball back to begin the second half, I might add, as well. Pittsburgh technically only has 3 penalties for 40 yards that have been accepted. There's been a few that have been declined. But then those penalties have come on crucial plays. And then they, you know, normally it's offensively this has happened to them. Now, today, it's on defense, and they can't get back in the groove. They're controlling the clock somehow. 16-39 to 13-21. You know, like I said, the special teams errors even out. Other 2 touchdowns even out. And then it's the field goal. They can't even get in field goal range on non-touchdown drives. Neither team really can convert on third down. Pittsburgh's 2 of 7, Washington's 3 of 7. Pittsburgh obviously 0-1 on fourth down with the fake punt. But that's probably where it starts with the defense getting pressured. Yeah, they've made some stops, but remember, they're put in a tough spot there. You know, and then a little bit here and there since then, they can't make any stops, or hardly any. 13-9 in first downs, 3 of 7, 2 of 7 on third down, as mentioned. Neither team yardage-wise has a ton. Pittsburgh has 40 yards passing, 57 yards rushing. 97 total. 97 total yards offensively in the first half. You know, Waitman's punted a decent amount. Credit to both defenses. Washington has 70 passing, 43 rushing. Only 16 more total yards at 113. Both teams have been able to score in the red zone, though. That's by both touchdowns, not off of mistakes, but then both touchdowns off of mistakes. Still the field goal difference, 17-14 at halftime. And Jaden Daniels is 9 of 16, 78 yards. Eckler has 12 carries, 39 yards rushing, and 2 touchdowns. And this has reminded me of the Steeler-Chargers Sunday night game a couple years ago. They couldn't stop Austin Eckler. And what do you know? They still can't stop his ass. Luke McCaffrey, Christian's little brother, has a catch for 23 yards. Zach Ertz, 323. Terry McLaurin, 2 catches, 15 yards. Former Buckeye Noah Brown as well, also has a catch for 11 yards. Pittsburgh on the flip side. Russ is 7 of 15, 48 yards. 2 passing touchdowns. 1 to Pickens, 1 to Freiermuth. But these receiving stats are the same receiving stats I mentioned off however long ago this was. Pickens, 2 of 21 in the touchdown. Freiermuth, 2 of 11 in the touchdown. Calvin Austin has to catch for 7 yards. Darnell Washington to catch for 6 yards. Jalen Warren to catch for 3 yards. Warren leading the team in rushing right now, 5 of 25. Najee has 8 carries, 20 yards rushing as well, so those rushing stats are the same. Obviously, they haven't touched the ball, in 5 minutes of game time, 10 minutes of regular time, in this world that keeps on spinning, and then, we'll get into the third quarter here. Patrick Queen with 6 tackles. Cam Hayward has the sack. They have 5 tackles for loss, 2 by Patrick Queen, 1 by Elliott, 1 by Hayward, and 1 by Larry Ogunjobi. Boswell got on those 2 extra points, but they can't even get in field goal range. And then Waitman has 4 punts. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Last week in the NFL, over Halloween, into the Steelers' bye week, the Jets beat the Texans on Thursday Night Football 21-13. Last week on Sunday, the Falcons beat the Cowboys 27-21, excuse me. The Bills kicked the game-winning field goal at home to beat Miami 30-27. 41-24 win for Cincy over the Silver and Black. Chargers beat the Browns 27-10. Titans won in overtime at home over the Patriots 20-17. Washington beat New York. Big Blue New York Football Giants 27-22, who then lost in overtime this morning in Germany. Panthers won by a point, 23-22. New Orleans then fired their head coach. The Ravens put up 41 at home over the Broncos, 41-10. Eagles with the 28-23 win against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Cardinals 29-9 win against the Bears. Lions 24-14 win at Green Bay in the rain. Rams overtime win at Seattle 26-20. Sunday Night Football was Vikings beating the Colts 21-13. And Monday Night Football also went to overtime as the Chiefs beat the Bucks in a Super Bowl rematch from a couple years ago 30-24. Obviously Pittsburgh was off, did not play. They've returned to play today and trail 17-14 here at halftime as we begin the second half, and they're on to kick off. So Washington getting the football. Steeler defense needs to stop. We'll update some scores from around the league here at 1 o'clock soon, and then preview next week as well, so stay tuned. Kickoff return to the 30-yard line. So Mike Tomlin interview coming out at halftime. Yeah, they just need to fucking make a play.
Really, I think the first half is kind of reflective of that. We got to own it from a technical standpoint, and we do. There's got to be a little cleanup. Coach, thanks.
Clean it up. Penalties. I mean, it's, yeah, just what it is. 1st and 10. And Daniels on the slant, caught. McLaurin out past midfield. And oh my fucking God. Where the fuck my hat go? You gotta be kidding me. I mean, like, what the fuck? One play, and they're gonna score. And they're gonna go up 10 here. And you're just gonna be in a hole.
In his career, was the starting center as a rookie in Miami when he first entered the league.
Third round pick in 2019 out of Wisconsin. Check it with him.
Man.
He's listed as questionable.
They have confidence in Dieter. Also played with the Houston Texans. Second down and 9.
Daniels pass deflected. It's incomplete. 3rd down and 9. But one play and a big gain down the middle. McLaurin was off to the races, and they're in field goal range, and just, you hope to force a kick now, 3rd and 9. Slant, caught, McLaurin again, and he's down to the 1, 1st and goal. Jesus Christ. Come on, man. Like, need a stop. And no, you give up a big play, can't cover a slant over the middle. And like I said, you're just going to be in a hole. Jesus Christ. And they run it up the middle, touchdown. You got to be kidding me. Come on, man. Come on. Because it's just momentum. And it's all on their side, not on yours. You're up against it. And it's been Joey Porter all fucking game. Getting picked on by the offense with penalties. And then he was finally able to wrap him up at the 15-yard line, after the big play, to begin the second half. And then they punch it in a couple of plays later. So now Pittsburgh's down 24-14. So a 10-point swing with a field goal and that touchdown, as the difference, with, everything else evened out as the Watts are shopping for the holidays. And JJ made his family disappear. So we got Home Alone. And you're not TJ, looking at a mannequin. So, Elf. And then security's going to let it slide. And sorry. And what's this? Oh, we're going to plug the lights in. And Russ obviously was able to untangle all those. And yeah, let's go. Obviously, Christmas Vacation with the light scene, lighting the house, taking all the energy away from the rest of the city. That's a good commercial. That was funny. I saw it the other day for the first time. But no, the touchdowns cancel out. They even each other out. Okay? But it's the field goal, and it's that touchdown right there. You know, they gave up a quick opening drive touchdown to begin the second half, and Washington now leads by 10. So pressure's on Pittsburgh to do something offensively. So we'll see what Russ and Naj and Warren's been running pretty well today, and Pickens, well, hey, Mike Williams at wide receiver now too, but it ain't gonna make a bit of fucking difference if he's not doing anything. And then Patterson on the return of the 25-yard line, get him involved in the run game, get him involved in the pass game. Freiermuth as well. Starts up front though. Got to be able to block, to run the football, open up the pass, and really, man, just get something going and try to get yourself back in this game. I mean, it's only 10, but it could turn into more here before too long if it keeps up, and then you're really in a hole. So you're down 2 scores here, but they just got to get something going their way. They got to catch a break. Najee Harris on the run for the Pittsburgh Steelers, first down on a gain of 11. It's all right. Just one play at a time, get a couple first downs. They need a drive. And good block. And Naj runs them over anyway. And they get a first down, but they got to make stops on defense still, because it doesn't matter, you know, if the offense does anything or not, if the defense is just going to continue to give up what they gave up today. It's the penalties. They got to clean that up. Jefferson in motion. They toss near side. Jalen Warren, 3, maybe 4 yards, second down. Come on. They say 2, officially 2nd and 8 coming up. Yep. Because of turnovers. And today it's because of penalties. From the 38, 2nd and 8. Austin in motion. And fake the give to Naj. Russ down the middle. Incomplete. 10 for, is that Pruitt? Yeah, Michael Pruitt at tight end. 3rd down and 8. Come on, man. Really? Can they convert? I mean, this is really going to tell you how the second half's going to go, if they can convert here on 3rd down or not. Because if not, you punt, you're down 10, defense doesn't get a stop, you're down 13, 17 points, late 3rd quarter going to the 4th. I mean, pressure's on, and you really got to score on probably every drive. Russ dumps it off. All right, Warren gets a first down out past midfield. 40, 35, first down. And a late penalty flag, maybe for a face mask, so tack on 15. They might be in the red zone here, 1st and 10, for all we know, depending on the call. I think it's a face mask on the tackle. With 11:11 to play in the third, so say your prayers. Pittsburgh comes back and wins this game. They might pick it up. Or a horse collar tackle on the back of the helmet more than the face mask. Oh, come on. They pick it up now. All right, whatever. I mean, they still got a big game. They still got a first down out of it. And you would have liked an extra 15 yards. Just hopefully that 15 yards doesn't come into play and they, have to settle for 3 from like the fucking 18-yard line. First and 10. Or from like the 12. I mean, I'll take the field goal because then you're down 7. You just need another stop and touchdown to tie. But Russ looking to throw, and he gets sacked. Second and 19. Empty set. Russ down the middle. It's caught. And Pickens, first down, still running inside the 20, 15, down to the 10. There you go. There's a spark for you. Now you got to score off of it. You got to punch this in. It's still going to be a field goal difference, though. Just a simple post to the 30. Broke a couple tackles. Got another 18 yards on Yak. And first and 10, Pittsburgh officially at the 12. Punch it in. You got to score. Warren on the give on a draw to the 10. Second and 8. Second and 8. Russ going to fake the give, roll out, back of the end zone, out of bounds, incomplete. Down for Van Jefferson. And a penalty on the play. Maybe a defensive hold. Offside on the defense. 5 yards, automatic first down. Or half the distance, still an automatic first down. So it's still going to be a 5-yard penalty because it's half the distance from the 10 that gets you to the 5. So first and goal from the 5 for the Steelers. Or they say second and 3 from the 5 for the Steelers. Toss to Najee Harris, lowers the shoulder. Now they got a first and goal at the 1. All right, 1.5, 2. But 4 plays now to punch it in. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. 74 is eligible. 74 is eligible. They going to run it on first and goal here from the 1.5, or maybe a bootleg play action to the tight end, handoff Najee Harris, and touchdown Steelers. There you go. That's a way to respond. Extra point to come, and then it's still going to be a 3-point game. You're going to be down 3, 24-21 if it's up and good. So they still need to stop on defense. Yeah, McCormick's been playing well. Extra point up and good. 24-21, 8:06 to play. 8:16. I saw an 8 and a 6. I didn't see the first number. Yeah, 8:06 to play in the third quarter. Obviously, it could have been 26, 36, 46, 56 too, but I knew it was a little under 9 minutes. All right, so update some stats after explosive start by both offenses to begin the second half. As it was 17-14 at halftime, it's now 24-21. Still a field goal game. One of these drives, if they get a stop on, and then offensively they can't score a touchdown, they're going to have to get in field goal range to tie it. At this rate, you're on the road, obviously. You want to get the game in the fourth quarter with a chance to win. And they're running the ball pretty well. Continue to do that. They got to stop the run, though. Eckler has 2 touchdowns. Jaden Daniels, 11-19, 148 yards. Eckler, 12-39, and then 2 touchdowns.
A modern approach to wealth management.
And then Jeremy McNichols has the other rushing touchdown for the Skins. Former Steeler from a couple years ago that they were going to use at running back, but then he got hurt and never played. And now he has a touchdown against him today.
We're all set.
McLaurin, 4 catches, 85 yards now, with 54 on that catch and run to begin the second half here. Russ, 9 of 18, 108 yards and 2 touchdowns. Naj, 11 of 36 and a touchdown. Warren, 7 of 29.
Dessert ideas. What if the right
So,
elevate your holiday hosting?
just a field goal difference. Down 3, defense needs to stop. And then the offense has got to do something. But that's what I'm saying. A turnover would be nice for him right about now. No doubt about it. We'll see if they can get it or not. His crowd needs to, get themselves back into this game. As they're going to continue to show off the nation's capital. From the White House to the Capitol to the Washington Monument. And everything in the District of Columbia, let alone Northern Virginia. God bless the USA, and shout out to our troops this Veterans Day weekend once again. Thank you for your service, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. But we're in Landover, Maryland. FedEx Field, Northwest, Southwest, East-West Stadium. 8:06 to play in this third quarter. Pittsburgh has cut the lead back to 3. It's 24-21. Defense needs to stop. We'll update some other scores from around the league next commercial break and preview what's to come today, along with next week as well. So stay tuned. And thanks once again for tuning in. Like, follow, and subscribe. Link in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions, comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always get appreciated. Scan the QR code. From the 35, Boswell will kick off. And from the 5 on the return, Jesus Christ, Austin Eckler gets to the 47-yard line. He's their fucking kryptonite. They had trouble with him when he was with the Chargers, and they're having trouble with him here again today against the Skins. Washington football team Commanders. Man, just, yeah. Just frustrating. Come on, D. Daniels looking to throw down the middle, incomplete. They had him again because they can't cover the fucking slant. They can't cover the middle of the field. It's been there all game. But they got to get pressure.
I was able to speak to Dan Quinn going in at halftime and asked him what opened things up offensively, which we've seen to start.
Got to wrap him up. Take him down a couple sacks, force some bad throws. Just get the hell off the field. Come on, defense. And that's a hold. That is a hold. Thank you. Right in front of the fucking ref. But then guess what? We got one in the secondary too, so they're probably going to cancel each other out. And they'll replay the down. Yeah. Got a hold on the offensive line, but then got a hold in the secondary. No, just a holding on the offense. We got 2 penalties. They're going to have to reset that.
Previously, he's made it back on the field. I think he gets caught.
No?
Right in the middle.
Still. Yeah, that's what I thought. Holding on the offense and on the defense. They're going to offset. That's what I thought. And they'll replay down. I mean, I would have liked them just to play on. Okay, you're going to go call the one. Let's forget about the defensive hold. But, okay, they're both holds. The offense one was more obvious. It was right in front of the ref. And that's why I'm like, all right, they called it. And then you have the defensive hold, though, so they offset and still 2nd and 10 from the 46. Out of the pistol, fake the give, pressure. Avoids it, pass, incomplete near side. Good coverage. Cam Sutton. Good to see him back in the black and gold. It worked out in the long run, you know. It sucked when they let him go, and he signs with Detroit, and he played well last year with the Lions. But then, yeah, he had an off-the-field issue, and then they cut him. Pittsburgh brought him back, and then he was suspended by the league for 8 weeks. So it just worked out with the Steelers' bye week last week. They went, 6-2 in the first 8 games. Bye week last week, and then he's back today. So good coverage by 20. 3rd and 10, and ball batted down, incomplete, almost picked off by TJ. Incomplete, 4th down, they'll punt. There you go. There's a defensive stop for you. So the offense is going to get the ball back, and hey, go kick a field goal. Go tie this game up at 24. Go score a touchdown. Retake the lead. Put the pressure on them in the 4th quarter. Continue to get stops on defense. Cam Hayward got a hand on it, and TJ almost was able to grab it for a pick. Left paw falls incomplete, but it was 4th and 10. They'll punt. Maybe a decent return. Get some starting field position, on the right side of the 50. Just nothing stupid. Don't be turning it over, and no penalties. But they wrap him up at the 5 as he caught it and was tackled right away. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh when we come back. 7-17, 7-18 to play in this 3rd quarter, and it's 24-21. Right now in the NFL, the Patriots are up on the Bears 13-3. Bills up 20-13 at the Colts. Broncos 14-13 at the Chiefs. Saints are winning at home against the Falcons 20-17, as are the Bucks over the Niners 17-13. We know this score here with Washington up on Pittsburgh 24-21, and the Jags got a good one in Duval. They lead the Vikings 7-6. Still to come in about an hour or so at 4 o'clock. Titans, Chargers, Eagles, Cowboys, Jets, Cardinals. Sunday Night Football is Lions, Texans. As on Thursday Night Football, the Ravens beat the Bengals 35-34. Had an overtime game in Germany this morning. Panthers beat the Giants 20-17. Monday Night Football tomorrow night on Veterans Day is Dolphins, Rams. And got 4 teams on byes this week. The Browns, Packers, Raiders, and Seahawks. Next week in the NFL, Week 11, Pittsburgh will host Baltimore. So be sure to tune back in live here on YouTube then for those live play watch long reactions as well. As that game is at 1 o'clock on CBS. Washington, on the flip side, they go to Philly on Thursday night. So that's your Thursday night football matchup in the NFL on Amazon Prime. The Skins and Eagles in the NFC East. Next Sunday, Packers, Bears. We'll see who owns who. Jags will be in the Motor City taking on the Lions. Vikings, Titans. Raiders in South Beach taking on the Dolphins. Rams, Patriots, Browns, Saints, Colts, Jets, Ravens, Steelers, as mentioned. Falcons, Broncos, Seahawks, Niners. Kansas City's going to be in Buffalo taking on the Bills. And then the Bengals and Chargers is next week on Sunday Night Football. Next week on Monday Night Football is the Texans and Cowboys, with the Giants, Cardinals, Bucks, and Panthers all off on bye weeks. So, here we go. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh, down 3, 7-18 to play in the third quarter. 24-21 your score from the 7-yard line, 1st and 10. And they toss it. Najee Harris near side. He cuts and gets a good 5-6 yards up the middle. All right, I'll take it. And a late penalty from the secondary. So we'll see what that is. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that would be.
Started his career doing high school football in the state of Texas.
Holding on the Steelers. You got to be kidding me. You're going to throw a holding penalty that fucking late? They get Zach Frazier, the center, on the hold. I got to see a replay. Let's see a replay. There's no way. None. And Tomlin giving the refs an earful. First and 13. Russ going to go deep, far side. And Pickens incomplete. Or Van Jefferson, excuse me. 11, not 14. So 2nd and 13. Russ going to be up under center. And they'll run Najee Harris. And 3 yards, so 3rd and 10. This drive's probably done just because of that fucking penalty. Third and 10. Snap the damn ball. Russ going deep again, far side, incomplete. So they'll punt. See, they do something good and then nothing. There's too up and down, too inconsistent today. How's that not a defensive hold? Man. Fucking penalties. And they'll punt. Almost got blocked. And it's going to take a bounce around the 45-yard line. Oh, what the fuck's that? Jesus Christ.
No matter what kind of teeth you got to brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired road brush it, hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean starts with Oral-B. Soft drinks are just a buck at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. ID? It's also your room card.
Yeah, school's good. My roommate, well, my roommate is Ryan Potts.
You.
I'm sorry. This is my room.
No.
So he's intense. You know, I think he's just here for the access to for students.
My name is Brian. My interest in food and saving money on food.
At first, yeah, it was a little weird. A world-renowned actor, enrolling in college.
Does anyone have thoughts on last week's reading? Oh, Mr. Potts.
Not you.
Just for discounts on smoothies, discounts on rides.
I didn't know we were at senior discounts. I'm a freshman.
But he's really starting to fit in. What's the job?
We have a team that went missing yesterday. That one no for choosing
What's that?
witchcraft.
That's not what I want. Superstition.
Is all new CBS tonight, 60 minutes, and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Ever watch some guy do runs this valley?
Yeah, Steelers need to remind themselves on
As much as you can before they kill you.
how to get a drive going and make some stops on defense if they want to fucking win this game.
CBS.
NFL on CBS is sponsored by Uber Eats. Get almost anything for game day. And by the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
The numbers have not been eye-popping for Jaden Daniels. 11 of
Come on, defense.
48 yards. But
I mean, because they couldn't even flip field on that punt.
no turnovers. That's the recurring
Washington's got a 1st and 10, starting the drive off at the Pittsburgh 42. And slant high, but caught.
good hands
And then Jackson says you're down.
for pickup of 8.
This is not an easy catch. Wins it right off the line of scrimmage. And the
Because then you're really just, you give them a touchdown, you know, playing catch up from behind at 10 points a couple different times here. As well, you got to force a field goal. If nothing, obviously, you know, hold it at 24-21. But give up a field goal. If it comes down to it, it's 27-21. You need a touchdown and go up one. But obviously, don't want to give up anything at all. Just get a stop here. 3rd down. Punt, get the ball back. Go get a drive going yourself on offense.
Herm Edwards, who he had at Arizona State, he told him, and it stuck with him, you always want to end the drive with a kick.
Yeah. Whether it's an extra point, punt, field goal. They also talk about how they watch these plays around the league and how ball security can affect the game. A lot of it
3rd and 2, they run a draw and they get a fucking 1st down again. God damn it.
Muscles is right inside the 30 with Patrick Queen there defensively. That is watching from the sideline for Pittsburgh. That's an 8 of 5.
Remember, Brian Robinson Jr. not playing again today. They're leading ball carrier. And Austin
And they've had trouble stopping the run this year. They have.
is a pass-catching receiver, flashing his old running skills again.
And quarterback draw, tackle for loss, 2nd and long.
1 yard.
I mentioned TJ Watt. He's had a quiet day in terms of production. Why? Because he's drawing a lot of attention. There's a chip there. I watch a chip, and then you slide one, and 2 offensive linemen in his direction. Laying the offensive lineman with an inside guard coming at him. Very tough for him to get there, but you know, when he's quiet, it's like the kids in the house. When they get quiet, something bad's about to go down.
Out of the pistol, over the middle, once again. Jesus Christ. Another 1st down. Or did he drop it? It's incomplete. 3rd and 11.
And he's on the move, too. He's
Yeah, he dropped it. All right.
turn upfield. Would have been a hard tackle for Deshaun Elliott.
Hit him right in the hands and he dropped it.
That route reminiscent of him in Philadelphia in the
Like,
Super Bowl.
you would think they'd cover the middle. Like, man the hell up.
The ball, that one, not even all in.
5 defensive backs here for Pittsburgh. 3:36 remaining.
3rd and 11 from the 30, empty set. Sack would be nice to get him out of field goal range. And pass far side. Okay, they wrap him up, but he gets about the 23. 4th down and 4. So 23, 33, about a 40-yarder, 41-yard field goal coming up by Washington to make it a 6-point lead.
He's playing the position like a seasoned veteran.
And now Zane Gonzalez, originally a 7th-round pick in 2017.
Back to special teams. Well, do they get a miss? Get a block? Nope. Kicks up and good. So 27-21 with 2:51 to play in the third. Pittsburgh going to get the ball back, now down 6, but yeah, you kick another field goal, or your first field goal, I should say. Yeah. No, kick a field goal, kick another field goal, but then time ain't gonna be on your side, so you're gonna have to score. And if you got to take the points, take the points. But
It's a 2-team race. Giants, another loss, this time in Germany. Dallas dealing with the crossback injury. And then Pittsburgh in a dogfight as well with Baltimore Ravens. Matchup with Cincinnati on Thursday night. Baltimore wins it to improve to 7-3. Steelers, 8 games remaining after this one, 6 of them within the division. Gonzalez will kick it off. Patterson and Warren are deep.
And Washington has not shied away from their putting it in play all year long. They're counted on their coverage teams, and they've come
Pittsburgh on the return from the 5. Patterson 20 to the 24. 1st and 10.
Taken down at the 24-yard line, a 19-yard return. We've got an NFC North showdown on tap for Thanksgiving Day in Detroit. The Lions meet the Bears. Country music's hottest rising star, the Grammy-nominated Shabuzi, will headline the Thanksgiving halftime show. It's powered by Verizon Kickoff. 12:30 Eastern, right here on CBS. Jake Daniels, we asked him about watching Russell Wilson growing up. He said, oh yeah, I watched a lot of Russ. Bobby Wagner is giving me great insight into what makes him tick.
1st and 10, they'll toss Najee Harris near side, and he gets 2 yards. God damn.
25 by St. Jude's. NFL back to New York.
The guys are going to do one here between the Niners and the Buccaneers. Brock Purdy is going to scramble around, buy himself a little bit of time, a little shake, He's going to find his guy George Kittle in the back of the end zone. Not necessarily open, but a beautiful double gold toe tap. I don't think the Niners have done this.
Russ drops back, gets sacked.
Dante Fowler having another huge game. And got some help from Jalen Holmes.
So something you don't see much. Russell Wilson, not the other center part, but a 7-step drop. So they're looking for a big shot downfield.
Hit Darnell Washington wide open far side in the flat.
Are the Washington Commanders, which allows their pass rushers to get home and drop Russell Wilson.
3rd and 14 from the 20. And Russ gonna roll out far side, goes deep again, and it's gonna be picked off. 10 for Pickens, and they're fighting, so there's probably gonna be a penalty for that. A return though out past midfield. Somebody tackle him. Jesus Christ. Return to the 36-yard line. Or he might be down right there. If you look at it, he got touched. There might not be a return. Pickens touched him right there. Pickens touched his left leg. There should be no return on that. There should be down by contact after the pick. Challenge that. That's a fucking how many yard difference? Or now they are saying he was touched, so you don't have to challenge. So no return anyway. As mentioned, he clearly got touched. It's going to be 1st and 10 Washington. Yeah. Right? There and there. Yeah. He's down. So no return. So 1st and 10 Washington. So defense needs to stop those still. 1:27 on the clock.
That's a good play by Pickens to have the awareness to touch him down at the end of that play. Because many times after you don't get what you want, you kind of turn away in disappointment. And that would have turned into a big play for Washington coming back from the other direction.
Washington signed Chin to a one-year, $4.1 million deal. Chin had played at a high level at times with Carolina.
So 1st and 10.
Trying to turn that one-year deal into a bigger deal.
Come on, defense. Daniel's going to go deep. No. Terry McLaurin just went over 100. They keep picking on Joey Porter today. Yeah, that's a catch. So at the 46, 1st and 10, and they're meant to play now in the 3rd. And they run it up the middle for about 5, 2nd down. Come on, defense. Come on, man. Like, just can't get the stops they need, and then they turn the ball over. You know, so then this is going to factor into whether they're down or not, but, you know, they score here, you're down even more then, and it's just Hayward wraps him up, even though he's being sacked, or being held the whole entire time, he still wraps him up on the sack. And that'll be the final play of the 3rd quarter. So Hayward with another sack today on Jaden Daniels. And at the end of the 3rd quarter, the Washington Redskins football team Commanders lead the Pittsburgh Steelers by 6, 27-21. With 15 minutes to play, they need to continue to get after them, force pressure, stop the run, force some bad throws, get a pick or two. You know, Pittsburgh really has gone deep a lot on offense when, you know, all right, but it seems like they're doing a little too much. Just defense needs to get a stop. If they can get a turnover themselves to even it back out and then, you know, get back on your drive and score, then okay. But just you're down, going in the 4th quarter, time ain't going to be on your side. If you can't get a stop defensively, you got to get a stop on defense and go from there. So, yeah, just it's frustrating.
These are the hills where Michelangelo chose marble to carve masterpieces. So what's this? Meet Robo. New tonight.
This is mind-blowing.
Me and the Eyes are all news. It's Tuesday, 8, 7 Central, and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Big during the Black Friday sales event going on Propulsion has the most awarded light-duty truck in America. The special teams and courtesy keep your vehicle off the sidelines with factory-trained service. Touchdown to savings with Ram, Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep at your hometown auto dealer. Courtesy Motors in Altoona.
Engine or back renovation? Call Sesame in O'Donnell.
Good buddy.
Quarter in Landover, Maryland. Pittsburgh and Washington 27-21. The Commanders in front. The interaction at 7-2.
3rd and 16 to begin the fourth. Empty set for Washington from the 49. Come on, defense, get off the field. Bubble screen near side and tackle for loss. There you go. Preston Smith with Hayward. Former Packer. First game as a Steeler, makes a big fucking play when they need it. And 4th and a mile, they'll punt. Pittsburgh can get the ball back. We'll see where they start, but yeah, they read it perfect from the start. 4th and 27, they'll punt. And it bounces and bounces and we'll take a roll. God damn, to the 13-yard line, 12-yard line. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from there, down 6 with 14:06 to play, and they got 3 timeouts and a 2-minute warning. Need a touchdown to retake the lead. 2 field goals ties it though. So, I mean, you take the first field goal for sure if it comes down to it. Because then you really need another field goal to tie if you can get a stop. Versus you still need a touchdown to win it, you know, as the time would be getting down there. So, 1st and 10 from the 13, they say. Russ, quick pass, complete Pickens, who tried to do whatever the hell he just did and got a couple yards. 2nd down. Well, he's lucky they didn't somehow pop the ball loose, and because he's carrying it like a loaf of bread and he's trying to stiff arm him. But 2nd and 6. Handoff, Warren, and he gets 5. 3rd and, gets 4, make it 3rd and 2. Come on, let's get a 1st down. And they say it's starting to rain, so weather going to play a factor the rest of the way. Third and a yard. Russ, complete. Pickens on a slant over the middle of the 35-yard line. 1st down, Pittsburgh. Let's keep it going. Keep it going. You just can't have one thing and then nothing. You got to get a drive going. You got to have balance, consistency. You got to have some momentum and rhythm. And you got to strike while the iron's hot. 1st and 10. Hand off, Naj. And he cuts back, gets 2, maybe 3. Second and 7. And Russell handoff. Naj again, who gets a good 5, 6, almost 7 yards for a first down out of nothing. So 3rd and a yard again. See if they can convert once more.
Sometimes as you're doing your own work, and Najee Harris did it there. Not saying he wasn't getting help from his blockers, but Frankie Luvu, number 4, was in the backfield, had a chance to make the
Let's convert 3rd and a yard.
able to slip by him, and then get his steam going upfield to turn it into 3rd and short. So they'll go with Connor Hayward and Harris.
And out of the eye, handoff Najee Harris, but they stuff him, no gain. God damn it. 4th down. Now you got a decision to make. 10:30 and counting to play. Do you go for it? Do you punt? You pin them deep? Get another stop. Hope to, score. You're, probably taking away one of those field goal opportunities. So now the ball's loose, I guess. Najee Harris is slow to get up. God damn. And he's been playing well, too. But he's hurt. It's his right ankle, it looks like. But now he's going to get up. Yeah, his right ankle got rolled up.
That concerns you as you naturally try to protect your body.
So 4th and a yard.
Did come away with the football, but it's 4th and 1.
So are they going to go for it, though, or are they going to end up punting? Because it's not like, you're right around midfield and maybe on the right side of the 50, 45-yard line. You're still, your own 45-yard line here, 40-yard line. And you don't get it. They got a short field. Touchdown probably does it. They win. Even a field goal. They go up 9 then, 30-21. That's a 2-score game. Can they get a yard? That's the question. Can they get a yard? Because if so, go for it. But if not, punt. Because then you get a stop on defense. Obviously, if they still go kick field goal, go score a touchdown, it's still a 2-score game then at that point with what I just said, 9 and, 13, 14 points. Yeah, you're in a tough spot. You're in no man's land right now. But then if you punt and get a stop, like I said, one of those 2 field goal opportunities is going to be gone because time ain't going to be on your side unless somehow, some way you get the ball back again real quick. So then you'd have to score a touchdown. But then they, depending on the time as well, probably still get the ball back and, have a chance to go kick a game-winning field goal. So they're in a tough spot, and it's going to be a decision to be made on whether to go for it or punt. But still, you're down 6, and you ran a fake punt earlier, and they got 7 points off of that. Okay, I get the muffed punt. You scored off of that as well. Those cancel out. You also scored on 2 other touchdown drives apiece. So it's a field goal. As they scored, or you scored, but then they scored, remember, to begin the second half, but then they also kicked another field goal, so it's just, it looks like they're going to line up to go for it. 4th and a yard, and 74 is eligible. Can they get a yard? Can they get a first down to keep this drive alive, down 6 with 10:22 to play? Come on, boys. Let's get a first down. And Russ up under center. They'll hand off Warren, and he'll bulldoze forward for a Steeler first down. There you go. Now you have some momentum. Keep running the goddamn ball. Where's Pat Fryermuth at? I mean, seriously. They've gone cold to the tight ends. They've gone deep a lot this second half. Obviously run the football, but get Muth the football. Run those posts, run those crossers. Maybe run a screen or two. It's been all Pickens. Still no Mike Williams, no Van Jefferson, no Calvin Austin either. They run a tight end screen near side to Darnell Washington. It was almost picked off. Incomplete, 2nd and 10. 9:29 to play, down 6. 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning, but got to go. Russ out of the gun, gets the snap, going deep. There's a penalty on the play. 10 for Pickens, caught by Pickens on the near sideline, 1st down. But there is a penalty on the play. Of course there is. Might be offside. It was at the line. And if it is, decline it. That's a catch. Yep, offside, decline it, 1st down. There you go. Right in the breadbasket. Left down, drug the right, and catching a 1st down for the Steelers. They'll wind the clock from the 29, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Handoff Warren. He gets 5 yards. I mean, they're probably going to have to end up scoring a touchdown here, but I still think just with the time we have here, 9:03 and counting to play, 2-minute warning obviously, but both teams have 3 timeouts unless Washington goes on their 5-6 minute touchdown drive, then all right, but you can kick a field goal here. You just need to get another stop to get the ball back, because a field goal would tie then at 27. If you do get a stop, let alone a touchdown, will win it for you, rather than not get anything here if you end up going for it, and then you still need a touchdown to win it. So we'll see what happens on these next couple plays. It's 3rd and 2. See if they convert. They're probably going to go for it again if it comes down to it, but like I said, you can kick a field goal if it comes down to it. It's just the time factor. You're going to have to get a stop to go drive again to kick another field goal to tie, let alone score to win, rather than, like I said, touchdown to win it if you don't get anything here. 3rd and 2, handoff Warren, and he'll get another 1st down, 15-10, and they'll mark him at 11. His tackle got wrapped up, and he got twisted back, and another 1st and 10. You for sure got to punch this in now for a touchdown. I mean, I'll still take a field goal when it comes down to it, but you need a touchdown for sure, because you go up 1 then at that point, defense gets a stop, you might be able to, get another drive and work some clock and win it that way. 1st and 10 from the 11. So you got 8 shots to punch it in. Handoff Warren. He gets down to the 8, 2nd and about 7. And now you got 7 shots to punch it in, because it's not goal to go yet. It'll be goal to go at the 1-yard line. 2nd and 7. 7:25 and counting to play. Where's Pat Freiermuth at? 2nd and 7, handoff Warren, and he'll bulldoze forward to some more. And to the 1, it'll be 1st and goal. Run it in. Keep running the damn ball. No, the ball did not come out. He was down. Ground cannot cause a fumble. It'll be 1st and goal Steelers. But then they say rolling on the field's a fumble. No, his knee's down. That ball, no. Fuck. Of course. You fumble at the 1-yard line. Down 6 on a scoring drive. Or do they blow it dead? If they blew it dead, there's no fumble. So, well, what's the call on the field? They say fumble, first down Washington, unfortunately, at the 1. So the defense needs to get a stop.
Huge turn of events. Washington.
You got to be kidding me, man. They can't catch a fucking break. Another turnover. And Washington got 3 points off the interception. And they got a touchdown off of the fake punt you ran. And I get you got 7 points off of, you know, their muffed punt. But you're down 6. And then you turn it over again. Come on, like.
Chicken burrito in a bowl with that seasoned, slow roasted chicken I like, please.
You have a golf course in your house?
I got a Taco Bell in my house.
Oh, there it is. Cheaters don't get chicken. Huh?
Cheaters get no chicken.
Oh, okay, Benny.
Defense needs another fucking stop. What do you know? But at least they're backed up to a 1. But hey, at the same point in time, Washington, remember, went on a 5-minute touchdown drive just prior to halftime that took up 95 yards. Okay, so they already did it once. Who says they're not going to do it again? So the defense needs a stop. Just frustrating, you know. You get all that, and then you turn it over at the 1. You know, especially when a touchdown would have given you the lead. So defense needs to stop. This is when they need to be playing Renegade. You know, so wave those towels. You know, all Steeler Nation in attendance. Defense needs a fucking stop. They need to turn over themselves. But what do you know? 2 losses earlier this year came down to turnovers. You know, and penalties. And then what do you know today? A lot of those as well. So come on, defense. I mean, if you get a safety, you're down 4. You know, you still need a touchdown then though to go up. But yeah, 1st and 10 Washington from the 1-yard line after the Steeler fumble. And they're just going to try to get some breathing room. And they'll hand off. And maybe a yard or 2. But remember, Pittsburgh's had trouble stopping the run. So, Jesus Christ.
You know, I know how strong Pittsburgh's running backs are, right? And as an official, you want to let them get every piece that you can. To me, though, I felt like Jalen Warren got held up long enough.
They should have blew it dead before the fumble. Yeah, for forward progress. No fumble, but they said fumble. So Washington just going to try to work some clock and make Pittsburgh call their timeouts and all that. 2nd and 6, they get 5, so 3rd and 1, but there's a penalty on the play, and it's probably going to be a hold. Yep. So half the distance, they'll replay 2nd down.
That was big because they had wedged out some nice room for themselves to create a 3rd down opportunity. Patrick Queen, the all-star linebacker.
So back to the 2. 2nd and 8 after the penalty. And an empty set. And that's a hold. Pass, high, incomplete. So 3rd and 8, but how is that not holding in the end zone? That should be a fucking safety. Come on. How's that not a hold? I mean, come on. And that's in the end zone. That's a fucking safety. Goddamn refs. Incomplete, 3rd and 8. Get after him again. Come on, defense. Another empty set. And Highsmith gets drilled. It's incomplete. 4th down. They'll punt. Bring the fucking house. Let's block this bitch. Just don't rough run the punter, okay? Because it's going to be a penalty. Highsmith almost had him, and then TJ speared his ass as he threw it. Yeah, welcome to the NFL, buddy. So Washington going to punt from the back of the end zone. You're going to get a good field to work with. Yeah, they don't rush. But Austin from the 38 on the return. 40, 45, 50. And to the 46. All right. So you're back to right where you started from. Minus the fucking turnover. They didn't get anything off of that. You get the ball back. You still got 5:46. 3 timeouts in the 2-minute warning to go drive, score a touchdown, and win this game. You know, you'll have, a chance to kick 1 field goal, but I don't know about 2. It's going to depend. So you're probably going to be looking at just scoring a touchdown. So from the 46, 1st and 10 for the Steelers. Come on, boys. Got a short field, time and timeouts on your side. Penalty at the line of scrimmage. Might be another offside. As they run Naj up the middle for about 7, maybe 8 yards. 2nd and short, but you got a penalty on the play once again. Illegal formation on the Steelers, of course. Just stupid. Come on.
Wilson, 12 of 25, 148 yards, 2 touchdowns, a pick. Daniels, 15 of 29, 180 yards, no touchdowns, no turnovers. Watt does not have a tackle.
1st and 15 after the penalty now. Jefferson in motion. So he'll move on up to the far side. They'll toss Najee Harris, and he'll lose a yard. So 2nd and 16. Jesus Christ. Come on. Patterson going to line up receiver. Jefferson in the slot. Wilson in the gun, and an empty set. Freiermuth in motion. You got Pickens and Austin bottom of your screen. Got to go. Play clock going down. They get it off. Pump fake by Russ on 2nd and 16. Going to avoid a sack. Roll out again far side. Throw back. And it's caught at the 40. And Calvin Austin. Going to be short. Be 3rd and about 5. But it's manageable now. It's not 3rd and long. So 3rd down for the Steelers. Can they convert? 3rd and 3. 3rd and a long 3. But we got a late whistle with 4:12 to play. So hopefully the black and gold down in the DMV today can convert here and drive and score and just find a way to win this game. And Calvin Austin going to get taken off. I think the whistle came from above for potential. All right, he's woozy and stumbling, and they want to take a look at him for helmet to helmet there, maybe concussion. I don't know. 3rd and 3. Convert. Let's go. Telling you, Pat Frymuth. Get him the fucking ball. Wilson over the middle. 88. First down Steelers. There you go. His first fucking catch this whole second half. Had a touchdown earlier in the flat. But nothing since. 1st and 10. And at this rate, 3:30, 1st and 10 at the 34. You need a touchdown to win it. Yeah, both teams have 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. You're going to try to fucking maybe run the clock out and score and win. Handoff, Najee Harris. 2, maybe 3 yards up the middle. 2nd and 8. So make Washington call their timeouts. Yeah, Pittsburgh should be undefeated, and hopefully they can find a way to win here today too. From the 32, 2nd and 9. Jefferson in motion again. 3, 2, 1, they get it off. Russ looking to throw down the middle, high and complete, intended for Washington. Wasn't even looking for it. 3rd down. And then, well, you got a decision to make. Because if you don't convert here on 3rd and 9, you can kick it before the 2-minute warning, get your 3 points, hope to get the ball back, 2-minute warning, 3 timeouts, to go kick a field goal to force overtime, let alone a touchdown to win it for you. Rather than needing a touchdown now to win it or a touchdown later just to flat out win it. You just need to get points. And they're going to call. Fuck. There's that one timeout that might come back to hurt them. But so now you're probably going to have to convert and end up scoring a touchdown, which it's still okay. Yeah. You're going to want to run the clock out and score if you can. But first off, you got to convert. Yeah, this game's been damn good, been crazy. Been a lot of shit, all over the place. Because just think, they score there rather than the fumble with the 1 a little bit ago. They get a stop as they did. They could be running the fucking clock out right now and winning it. But no, they need a 3rd and 9 because of a turnover. Come on, let's go. That's why I was just saying, yeah. Gotta go. Snap the damn ball. Russ going deep. And caught. Touchdown. Mike fucking Williams. They just traded for him on Tuesday. And he shows up in the clutch. 2:22 to play. 27 apiece, extra point, takes the lead. Mike Williams, just a go route down the near sideline. They go deep, and it wasn't Aaron Rodgers throwing the football, it was Russell Wilson. And the Steelers are an extra point away from retaking the lead for the first time since the first half. Boswell. Kick up and good. Pittsburgh leads at 28-27 with 2 minutes and 22 seconds to play. So the 2-minute warning, Pittsburgh has 2 timeouts, Washington with 3. Washington, all they need is a field goal to win it. So Pittsburgh defensively, you got to keep them out of field goal range, let alone not give up a touchdown, but keep them out of field goal range. Do not let them drive. Get after Daniels with some pressure. Stop the run. Mike Williams. Boom. They wanted to sign him in the offseason. And he decided not to sign in Pittsburgh and signed a one-year deal in New York with the Jets. That didn't work out. They trade him as Pittsburgh was still in on him, among other wide receivers. And they played the waiting game, and they got another receiver besides George Pickens to go along with the tandem and the trio with Freiermuth at tight end, but then Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin, who have been getting the other looks. And a running game. And good teams find ways to win. So we'll see if the defense can get a stop. It ain't over just yet. But a big play. A big play. You have momentum now. Defense needs to feed off this. This crowd needs to come alive. I get they're on the road, but Steeler Nation travels well. And a kickoff return to the 36. So now they're only going to need 14, 20, maybe 30 yards, 40 yards to get a field goal. And his first catch as a Steeler is going to be a go-ahead touchdown in this game. Come on, defense. Where's TJ Watt at? Where's Highsmith? Preston Smith. Hayward and Benton in the middle. About Joey Porter making a play rather than getting picked on all game. Beanie Bishop. Pressure. Throws it in the dirt. Incomplete with Highsmith. Pressure off the edge, but then he's hurt. He's holding his right knee or left knee. That's not good. God damn it. Fuck. That doesn't look good at all. He might have just blew his knee out and his season's probably done. Yeah, he got pressure, hit him, and then, it's going to be more so a torn Achilles than a knee. His fucking right there. His fucking ankle snapped. He might have broke his ankle. Yeah, right there. You hate to see that. Especially he was already battling injury this year. Just came back from a hammy a couple weeks ago. And they're, remember, down without Herbig behind him. That's why they traded for Preston Smith to maybe get some extra pressure. He's going to be helped off as he limps. But Jaden Daniels over there, hey. Yeah. Fuck. All right, but still, in the secondary, who's it going to be? Maybe Cam Sutton. Preston Smith in for Highsmith now. And then once they get Herbig back, yeah. But Highsmith's probably done for the year. Pass complete. And tackle at the 50 takes us to 2-minute warning. So Washington with 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning here. All they need is a field goal to win it. Pittsburgh only has 2 timeouts now. Because remember, they had to burn that one before the go-ahead touchdown. So, defense needs a stop. Yeah, Highsmith's probably done. That didn't look good. He snapped his fucking ankle, too. So, just, they're going to, as they were getting healthy, they're going to get banged up again here. And this is the last 1 o'clock game on. Everything else at 1 o'clock has gone final. The Vikings have won. The Chiefs have won. The Bills have won. The Niners have won. Of course, they have to take away from that as soon as I'm fucking looking at it. 4 o'clock games are about to begin. Yeah, the Bills won. The Vikings won. The Panthers won earlier, as we know. Patriots won, Chiefs won, the Saints won, the 49ers won, as did the Ravens on Thursday night. Monday Night Football, Dolphins, Rams, Sunday Night Football, Lions, Texans, with Titans, Chargers, Eagles, Cowboys, Jets, Cardinals coming up here at 4 o'clock. Lions, Texans, as mentioned, Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, Dolphins, Rams, and then 4 teams on bye weeks. Those are the Browns, Packers, Raiders and Seahawks. But Steeler defense needs to stop here. Like I said, who's it going to be? Well, it ain't going to be Highsmith now coming off the edge. Maybe Preston Smith. He had a big play earlier. Watt, though. He's been forcing pressure, but no tackles for him yet today, they said. And then Hayward and Benton in the middle. You got Patrick Queen, Atlanta Roberts at backer. They've been picking on Joey Porter all game. Washington offensively and the refs. And with Jackson at corner, Minka in the back end. Where's Minka Fitzpatrick at when you need him? Cam Sutton's back as a Steeler after he went elsewhere, was released back in the Steel City, and then following the suspension, he's back. And then Beanie Bishop. He's been picking off some QBs late in the game past couple weeks, so quarterback draw, and Daniels goes down. Keanu Benton on the tackle. Minute 51 and counting to play, second down, 2nd and 9. But then also remember, Washington, even if they don't get in field goal range, they beat Chicago a couple weeks ago on a Hail Mary. So 2nd and 9 from midfield. Defense just needs to stop. TJ Watt off the edge, strip sack, ball's out, ball rolls out of bounds. So that'll be a fumble. It rolls out. And 3rd and about 12. Or did they say incomplete? Come on, defense. Let's go. They say incomplete, 3rd and 9. Defense, come on. Let's go. Make a stop. Let's go. Crowd on their feet, waving their terrible towels. And they're on the road. They're home away from home today in the nation's capital. 3rd and 9, empty set from midfield. Come on, defense. Daniels. Pass near side. Incomplete. Incomplete. James Pierre on the coverage. And no penalty. 4th and 9. And they got a minute 28 and 3 timeouts to, well, they'll probably go for it, but yeah, sort of have to. They're not in field goal range, so. But then they still potentially could get the ball back if they don't convert here, if the Steelers can't run the clock out. Come on, defense. Need one more stop from you. One more stop. One more play. One more stop. And, of course, Washington's converted on all 4th down conversions they've attempted so far this season. Over the middle. It's caught at the marker. It's going to depend on the spot. No, he's short. He's short. Turnover on downs. He's short. Turnover. Yes. They're going to spot it there. Bring out the chain gang measure, but they say 1st down Steelers. Turnover on downs, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh, but they obviously want replay assist. But it's not where he caught it, it's where he went back to the ball and then forward progress. Even though he reached there, he's down by contact right there. Yeah, he caught it there, knee down, and then he's down with contact. He's still going to be short. And then even if they do move the ball, they're going to have to measure, and not much is going to change. Yeah, Washington's not going to be able to challenge. It has to come from up above if it's going to get overturned. DeMonte KZ with Minka Fitzpatrick. Can't forget about KZ. He's down right there. He's a yard short. Yep. Right there. And that's before he completely reached. Here's another look at it. Right there. And the ball is short because he did not reach. No, that's turnover on downs. That's Pittsburgh ball, 1st and 10. They have to find this bit of a return, and I get that. But they called it short, turnover on downs on the field. No. Yeah. Nope.
So you have a touch there by Casey. Fitzpatrick made a tremendous play on the turn because Ertz thought he was going to at least get an extra half a yard. And then
So they're looking at it. Previous plays under further review. Call on the field was they were short, and it was turnaround downs.
literally going to be a game of inches here.
Yep. And okay, they convert it's 1st down, they overturn it. They still got 3 timeouts. You know, field goal wins it for them. But if it's Pittsburgh ball, then Washington needs to stop and stands. It's not confirmed, it stands because they didn't have enough to overturn it. So it stands as called on the field. They said turnover on downs on the field. So it stands as called on the field. It's Pittsburgh Steeler ball, 1st and 10. So I was about ready to say, Washington now with 3 timeouts in a minute 18 has to get a stop to somehow get the ball back to go kick a game-winning field goal, go score a game-winning touchdown. Where all Pittsburgh needs to do is fucking get a 1st down or 2 and run the fucking clock out and make them call their timeouts. So run the goddamn ball. Let's see if they can run it when they need to. Handoff, Russ to Naj. And 2, maybe 3 yards there. Timeout Washington. Obviously, yeah, run it. But then, do you run a deep ball? Do you go deep? Do you run a play action to somebody? You know? Because they might. But all you need is a 1st down. Get 2nd and 7 to 3rd and whatever, let alone 1st down. I mean, they only have 2 timeouts. From the 45, 2nd and 7. Russ up under center. And they'll toss Najee Harris. And he gets decked. So 3rd and 8. And another timeout. Minute 8 to play. Just don't do anything stupid. Don't turn the ball over. Obviously, now 3rd and 8. Minute 8 to play. You still got a timeout. Yeah, you're not going to want to throw because if it falls incomplete, clock stops, they still got a timeout. Run the damn ball. If you got a punt, pin them deep, make them drive on you with no timeouts. You know, if they kick a game-winning field goal, score a game-winning touchdown that way, then so fucking be it. And then it's going to go back to everything else that happened today. But the defense will just need to stop. But 3rd and 8, I mean, you get a 1st down here on 3rd and 8. They only have 1 timeout, game's fucking over. But it's 3rd and 8. It's not 3rd and 4. It's not 3rd and 2. It's less than manageable. Freiermuth in motion. And they will run near side. Cordell Patterson. And stays in bounds. No, he's going to be short. So they'll call their 3rd and final timeout with a minute 2 to play. Almost got it. But then do you go for it here on 4th down? Because if you get a 1st down, the game's over. But if you don't, they got a short field still and need a field goal to win it. I'd punt, pin them deep. They have no timeouts. They'll have to get out of bounds with under a minute to go and drive the length of the field. They're already muffed a punt, I might add. You know, so I'd punt here. I would not go for it. I would punt, pin them deep, and the defense needs to stop. Punt. Yes, you have to punt here because it's going to be a short field with them with a one. If you're up, you know, 7-8, yeah, maybe you go for it, but not only 1. No. And now the offense is trotting back out. They're going to try to draw them off sides because they have 2 timeouts. They can call one and then end up punting. They're going to try to draw them off sides. Yep. Because if they go for it, don't get it, washing, short field, kick a game-winning field goal, this is going to come down to why you end up losing here. You go for it on 4th and 1. But they're just going to try to drive them off sides. And they do! First down! And that'll be it. And the Steelers are going to win 28-27 because of a fucking stupid decision to jump off sides and hard count. And the Steelers are going to win it. And it came back around to penalties. Neutral zone infraction, 5 yards on 4th and a yard, and they get a first down out of it. And now they can take a knee and run out the clock, and the game's over. And the Steelers are going to win 28-27. Man, what a game. Boom. There you go.
He has really come on in recent weeks, as Johnny knew. For them is a learning experience right there.
And 1 kneel down. Get under 40 seconds, they can take another.
Doing a dance. The Steelers will improve to 7-2. Commanders will fall to 7-3.
And here we go. One final kneel down. And at the end of the day, you know, they're not all pretty. Some of them are ugly. A win's a win. 28-27. The Steelers are going to win and get to 7-2. Still atop the AFC North, and now they're going to get into divisional play. They only have 2 games the rest of the season. That's not against the AFC North. That'll be a month from now at Philadelphia, and then on Christmas at home against the Kansas City Chiefs, who are undefeated. Pittsburgh 7-2 should be undefeated, but those 2 games, turnovers, penalties, they're not. 4-game winning streak, though, in the meantime, seemed like they were going to lose today because of turnovers and penalties once again. But they found a way down the stretch to win the game. And they do just that, 28-27, your final score. So, man, whew, that was that was a nail biter for sure. Win's a win, though. You know, even with everything that happened, a win's a win. They'll get Baltimore at home next Sunday, and that should be a damn good game. You know how the Steelers-Ravens always play, regardless of record. You know, but then when they're good, it's even better. So that'll be next Sunday at 1 o'clock. And I'll have live play-by-play watch-along reactions then, so be sure to tune back in. Good teams find ways to win. And they get a win coming out of the bye as well, I might add. Alex Highsmith, hate to see it. Sucks to be him. He's hurt again. Probably going to be done for the year, unfortunately. Whether it's a broken ankle, torn Achilles, something on his left foot. Didn't look good late in the game. But the defense was able to get a stop. Offense got a first down because they got him to jump off sides on 4th and 1 and get knee it out. But it was a special teams, game, especially when it comes down to a 1-point win, along with turnovers. Pittsburgh was able to run the football okay today, not as good as they probably would have liked to. They still got to stop the run, but they still made a play and still made a stop when they had, game was on the line, they had to, and that's what matters. A win's a win. Doesn't matter about anything else. They still got a lot to clean up, no doubt about it. Big win against a damn good team. From the start of the season, it's like, all right, well, what's Washington going to be? And then they're beating everybody left and right. And it's like, okay, that game mid-November ain't going to be, easy anymore. even so, you know, with the Steelers playing whoever they're playing, no game's easy because they're all the fucking same. You know, it's always going to come down to the wire. And what do you know? Came down to the wire again. You know, came down to the final play before the kneel down to get a first down, to win it, to run the clock out them. So, big win. Big win. So they've taken care of business to this point. They're 7-2. Probably, once again, like I said, should be undefeated at 9-0. But they lost to the Colts and lost to the Cowboys in back-to-back weeks, late September, early October, a little over a month ago now. You know, because of penalties and turnovers. More so turnovers than not. You know, they lose both games by 3 points, in which they turn the ball over on scoring drives, because they're on the right side of the 50. Especially one was inside the 10. And then you got turnovers defensively the following week, but then you couldn't capitalize off of them. So, obviously, once again, that's then. This is now. I think we've bypassed that, but it's still just irks you when you know it could be and probably should be better. It is what it is at the end of the day. They're 7-2. So they've still taken care of business up to this point. Now it's going to hopefully continue on, and they can continue to take care of business, and it'll be in divisional play. Because from here to the end of the regular season, with the 8 games they have left, 6 of those 8 games are going to be against the Bengals, Browns, and Ravens, twice apiece. Okay, and then they go to Philly and they get Kansas City at home, as mentioned. And it starts next week with Baltimore coming into Pittsburgh. Before then, they got to go to Cleveland on a short week, a week and a half from now on a Thursday night, and then they got to go to Cincinnati the Sunday after Thanksgiving, which will be December the 1st. Before then, they continue on playing more AFC North football. So, taking care of business now, hopefully they can continue to take care of business then, because then they'll be, I mean, because they're sitting pretty now as it is. You don't want to get too high on your horse, though. But then also, well, just continue the momentum you have, take care of business. You're going to be even prettier later in the season. Chiefs are undefeated, though, you know, so right now they're going to be the 1 seed. Because they're the last unbeaten in the NFL, but in the AFC more so than not, because, you know, the Steelers here. Because then you're looking at playoff-wise, yeah. Buffalo, Pittsburgh and Baltimore, the Texans, the Chiefs, and then the Chargers and the Broncos probably at this rate. Just because everybody else is where they're at. Obviously, there's still a lot of football to be played. But then that's also, well, you know, with right now saying they should be undefeated, because they probably should be. But they lost both games by 3 because of turnovers. And then the Chiefs are undefeated. Obviously, you're going to need them to lose a little bit if you keep winning, if you want to get a number 1 seed. Because the only top seed will get a bye, and they'll have home field. Whereas, you know, if you're 2, 3, 4, all right, you're getting a home playoff game in the wild card round, but then obviously 5, 6, 7, you're going on the road. It's that divisional round, you know, if you advance. It's that conference championship game if you advance. You know, but then home, away, neutral site, just go out and play football, you know, so that really doesn't matter. I mean, you'd like it to be at home, though, you know, because then hopefully you're playing your best ball down the stretch. You're playing pretty damn good right now. Hopefully they can keep it up. You don't want to shit the bed down the stretch. Because the last time they played Washington, they were undefeated going into that game. And they lost. And then they lost 5 or 6 down the stretch and lost in the playoffs. So, they're 7-2. Win's a win. Like I said, they're not all pretty. Some of them are ugly. it just felt that, okay, yeah, wave of emotions, they're going to win this game with the way they're playing early. As Washington was a 2-point favorite. So Pittsburgh covers at +1 in one column. 28-27 once again your final score. But you have a 7-2 record now. And like I said, with the way the game, started out, it seemed like Pittsburgh was like, all right, probably if they can just keep doing what they're doing, they're going to win. And then Washington got momentum going into halftime and coming out of the half, and I lost my hat, had to find it. And, they were up 10, 24-14. And then since then, Pittsburgh outscored them, 14-3. Yeah, that'd be right, 28-27 your final score. So, because after the one field goal, yeah, it was 20 or it was 17 14 at halftime. They drove and scored 24-14. Yeah, and then Pittsburgh scored. It was that second field goal. Okay, they're up 6. And then it was back and forth there in the fourth quarter. You just need stops, you need stops, you need stops. And obviously the fumble at the goal line hurt, but then they still were able to score, because they got the ball back, forced a 3 and out, and got a short field after the punt. And Mike Williams with a receiving touchdown that ended up being the game winner, with about 2.5 minutes to play. And then the defense got a stop. Offense got the ball back. And then they run out the clock. Get a penalty there at the end. So we'll update some stats here. Big win. I mean, this is a huge one, honestly. Because they're now, 2-1 against the NFC East. And they go to Philly, who's at Dallas right now, actually. They go to Philly in about a month. It's about a week and a half, 2 weeks before Christmas. Because Pittsburgh goes to Baltimore the Saturday before Christmas, and then they host the Chiefs on Christmas. And Christmas on a Wednesday this year. So that's where the schedule gets out of whack a little bit. So basically, yeah, what it is off the bye week now, win today, 28-27 at Washington. They host Baltimore. They go to Cleveland. They go to Cincinnati. And then they get Cleveland at home before they got to go to Philly and got to go to Baltimore. And then they get the Chiefs at home on Christmas. And then they get the Bengals at home week 18. That's the rest of the season. Jaden Daniels finished 17-34, 202 yards passing, was sacked 3 times. They finally were able to get to him in the second half. Austin Eckler, they shut his ass down in the second half. He had 12 carries, 39 yards rushing, and 2 touchdowns at halftime. He finished with 13 carries, 44 yards, and those 2 touchdowns. So they cracked down for sure on him. McNichols had the rushing touchdown as well, 4-7 for him in the score. Jaden Daniels, 3-5 on the ground. McLaurin had a big game, 5 catches, 113 yards. Noah Brown, also from Ohio State, 3-33. Ertz with 4 catches, 31 yards, but not 32. It was short on 4th down. They looked at it, stood as called, turnover run downs, Pittsburgh ball, 4th and a yard. They get an offside, can run the clock out and win it. Because you think about it, both teams very well could have won this game. Both teams easily could have won this game. And Washington's probably thinking to themselves, how did we lose this game? Because remember, they were up 24-14 mid-third quarter. Pittsburgh didn't have anything going for them at that point. All the momentum was gone. And they found a way. They just found a way. Like I said, not always pretty. Some of them are ugly. But that's just football. That's just sports. Let alone life. So, big win. Big win. Yeah, the Warren fumble at the goal line didn't cost him. Would have liked a touchdown there, no doubt about it. That's what I was saying, though, too, at the time. With the time that was left, you could kick a field goal here. Get the ball back. You got time and timeout still. Kick another field goal to tie at 27, on touchdown wins it. But then after the fumble, Washington didn't do anything. Pittsburgh got the ball back short field, and that's when the Mike Williams touchdown came into play. And they take the lead, and they held the lead, and they win it. But then, the fake punt from earlier was coming into play with, the one-score game down the stretch. Even though, once again, the touchdowns the offenses had on drives canceled out, so did the fake punt by the Steelers to 7 points to Washington to tie it at 7 early after Pittsburgh had already scored. That was the Pickens touchdown to go up 7-0. Then you had the fake punt. Short field, Washington ties it at 7. Washington got a field goal, which was a difference at a time, okay, because it was a 10-point swing with another touchdown they got. Their mid third quarter coming out of halftime. But you had, what was it? The 7 apiece. You had the muffed punt. That's right. Go Pittsburgh's way. They got a short field. Sort of canceled out they did, but canceled out the punt, the fake punt they ran that Washington scored off the tie at 7. They got the muff punt by Washington and scored off that to go up 14-7. Then Washington kicked a field goal, it was 14-10. And then they went on a 5-minute drive prior to halftime and drove and scored. 17-14 lead at half. Come out of half. Steelers need to stop defensively. They don't get it. Washington drives and scores. McLaurin with a big catch and run, and then they end up scoring, go up 10, 24-14. Steelers respond with a touchdown. That would have been the passing touchdown from Wilson to Freiermuth in the flat to cut it to 3 at 24-21. It's like, all right, well, you can tie it at 24 with the field goal if it comes down to it, because that's the difference. One of those field goals by Washington was the difference. But then, Pittsburgh sort of went cold, even though they're getting some stops, but not much at that point in time. Washington got the momentum back, just wave of emotions back and forth all entire game. And they ended up kicking another field goal. So it's like, all right, well, you can kick 2 field goals to tie, if it comes down to it. Force overtime, like I said, kick a field goal. I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, what the fuck? Anyways, 27-21 could have, like I said, kicked a field goal depending on the time. Kicked another one if you would have got a stop, got the ball back, force overtime, win it, but didn't need to. But they still, even though down 27-21, it wasn't until late in the fourth that, they were able to get something going, because that was the touchdown drive. They ended up fumbling at the 1, and then they get the ball back short field, and they end up driving and scoring. And like I said, 28-27, then your final score. So that's about it. It's just because that fumble by Warren doesn't matter, because they didn't get anything out of it. They would have, be a different story probably. But the defense made a stop. The The touchdowns by the offenses in the first half canceled out that they scored themselves on. And then the same thing goes for the turnovers, the fake punt and the muff punt. But then it was the touchdown before halftime, the touchdown coming out of halftime. Momentum was all Washington's. They had everything going their way. And somehow they let it slip. Other than Pittsburgh getting stops, which we saw the game. We saw it happen. When there's a will, there's a way. It ain't over until it's over. It's just your typical Steeler game that's always down on the wire. And they found a way to win it again. 28-27 is your final score. But it was the turning point of not even the start of the fourth quarter. It was just that drive early, mid-fourth quarter. All right, should have scored, got a fumble, and then the defense got the stop you needed. Like, they brought pressure. They brought pressure and pressure on Daniels at that point. And, he's thrown it away into the dirt, and, he was sacked 3 times. One of them probably should have been a safety because there's a holding. I'm not getting into the refs. I'm not, they called some obvious penalties. They missed some. Called some questionable ones. Really weren't calling it down the middle, even though the stats are going to say what they say. It's just how the game played out. You saw it. So, still through all that adversity, they still found a way to win. So that's what matters. So, yeah, it was that drive. I think it really started turning their way, even though they fumbled at the goal line. Washington was backed up. Defense got a stop. Offense got a short field. And then they throw the deep ball. Mike Williams, former Charger, former Jet. And he spent all his career in San Diego and LA with the Chargers. He bolts to New York and played there half the year. Was just traded on Tuesday to the Steelers. And his first catch as a member of the Black and Gold is the go-ahead and eventual game-winning touchdown today against the Washington Redskins football team Commanders, once again, whatever the hell you want to call them. So, yeah, that was big because then they had momentum back on their side, and then they kept it because there wasn't much time left. Defense still needed to stop. They got it. Even though Washington had 3 timeouts and, 2-minute warning, they came up just short. Turnover on downs. Pittsburgh then makes some color timeouts. 4th and a yard. What are you going to do? You're going to go for it? You're going to punt? They don't have to go for it. They had 2 timeouts themselves. Their parents can call timeout. If they couldn't get them to jump, well, they got them to jump offside, ball game. Because then you get a first down, run the clock out, and that's all she wrote. And the Steelers win 28-27, your final score. So we already went over Washington's individual stats. Russell Wilson was 14 of 28, 195 yards passing, 3 touchdowns. Had the interception, which they got 3 points off of. That was the second field goal. But Russ had a passing touchdown to George Pickens, had a passing touchdown to Pat Freiermuth, and a 32-yard game winner to Mike Williams. Russ was 14 of 28, so 50%. 195 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, sacked 3 times. Thought the offensive line, though, played pretty good. Because they were able to run for 140 yards as a team. Nobody had negative. And Warren had his best game of the season, I thought. 14 carries, 66 yards rushing, and 2 catches, 29 yards receiving. Najee Harris didn't have 100 yards for the 4th consecutive game, but he did have a touchdown on 21 carries for 53 yards. Nothing for him in the receiving game today. Cordell Patterson was back. First time he's played since the Colt game, as he's been out with an injury. 3 carries, 14 yards for him. And then George Pickens, 5 catches, 91 yards, and the first touchdown. Then Najee had the touchdown. And then Pat Fryermuth, 3 catches, 17 yards for him, and the touchdown. And then Mike Williams had the go-ahead game-winner touchdown. A catch for 32 yards for him in his first game as a Steeler, and the score. So Pickens, 591 in the touchdown. Mike Williams, 1 of 32 in the touchdown. Jalen Warren, 2 of 29. Calvin Austin, 2 catches, 20 yards. Pat Fryermuth, 3 of 17 in the score. Darnell Washington, a catch for 6 yards. They tried to get Van Jefferson, Michael Pruitt some targets, but no catches for them. Patrick Queen with 7 total tackles. They had 3 sacks on Jaden Daniels, 2 by Cam Hayward, the other by Preston Smith in his first game as a Steeler, traded from the Packers the other day. And they had 8 tackles for loss. 2 by Patrick Queen, 2 by Preston Smith, 2 by Cam Hayward. Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi Ogunjobi with 1, and then Deshaun Elliott with 1. Boswell did not attempt a field goal today. That's a surprise. But he was still good on his 4 extra points because they scored 28 points. And they needed him to make all 4 of them because if he missed one of them and only made 3 of the 4, you're tied at 27 there. So now team stats. Pittsburgh had 21 first downs compared to Washington's 19. They were 7 of 16 on third down, which is almost 50%. They were 1 of 2 on fourth down. The one they got on fourth down was the seal it because of the offside. They ran 75 plays today. 75 plays compared to Washington's 59, who was 5 of 14 on third and 0 of 1 on fourth. Remember, they had less than 100 yards in the first half. Pittsburgh did. They finished with 312. 172 passing, 140 rushing. So there's balance. There's consistency there. 182 passing for Washington and 60 rushing, 242 overall as a team. Pittsburgh, as mentioned, 172 passing, 140 rushing for 312 total. 10 penalties. And it's going to look as if they called it down the middle, 5 apiece, because it's 5 on Pittsburgh for 5 for 49 and 5 for 41 on Washington. They controlled the clock by 13 minutes. 36-11 to 23-49. 12 and change, really, not 13, but you get my point. Yeah. Just, I don't care if it's, as I say, 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 7, 10, 21, so on and so forth. Could be any margin of victory. A 1 point win is a 1 point win because it's a win. Okay? And they're 7-2, and that's what matters. A win's a win at the end of the day. They won, so. They'll have a short trip back home, and then they'll have a short couple road trips from now, honestly, until the end of the regular season. You think about it, because, Washington today, come home for Baltimore, and then they go to Cleveland. And then they go to Cincinnati. And then they come home for Cleveland. And then they go to Philly. And then they go to Baltimore. And then they come home for the Chiefs and come home for the Bengals. So, they went to Vegas about a month ago. That's as far as they're fucking traveling. Other than, Indy prior to that, and, Denver and Atlanta. Even though they still got road games, it's, travel-wise, not going to be difficult. They're used to going to Cleveland. They're used to going to Cincinnati. They're used to going to Baltimore. It's divisional games. So I said, 6 of the next 8, because that's all that's left in the regular season. 8 games. 6 of them are against the AFC North. And they've taken care of business before they get divisional play. And now they're just going to have a boatload of divisional games down the stretch. So continue to take care of business, obviously. But home, away, neutral site, Steeler Nation showing up, you know, just keep it going. Just keep it going. The Chiefs are undefeated. Still, they won on a blocked field goal against Denver. Pittsburgh should be undefeated, but they're not, obviously. But it is what it is. But a big win today for sure. And a win's a win, especially when you win by one. Like, because you could have lost by one, and then this would fucking sting. Or they could have lost by 3 again, you know, as they've already done now twice this year. Because they had a lead, 7-0. Tied at 7, up 14-7. It was 14-10. And then they were down 3, and then they were down 10. And then they cut it to 3, and then they were down 6, and then they end up winning by 1. So, big win. Big win. Against a good team. Like, Washington's no pushover. You know, they're not. It's just, like I said, it irks you that they lost to the Colts and the Cowboys the way they did, only by 3. And then I get it was that given day they lost to them. Better team won. They didn't. But then the way they're playing, it's like, well, they easily could have won those games. And looking back on it, well, yeah, no shit. They easily could have won them when they fucking played them, but they didn't. But yeah, so they're 7-2. I mean, you'd love to be 9-0, 8-1, but at the same point in time, it could be a hell of a lot worse. They could be 2-7. You know, they're anywhere in between. You know, 3-6, 4-5, 5-4. Could be 6-3 right now after a loss today, but no, they find a way to win, and they're 7-2. So, that's about it. There's really not much else to be said. See some highlights here. Russ with the passing touchdown to George Pickens. Yeah, 7-0. And then Pittsburgh had the ball back. Fake punt. Washington gets the touchdown on a short field to tie it at 7. And then after that, Pittsburgh got a muff punt and was able to retake the lead. So that's what I said. Those sort of canceled each other out, and you have a 7-point, 14-7 lead. And then they gave up the field goals, 14-10. Washington, was able to drive before halftime, 5 minutes and 95 yards, and momentum going into halftime, 17-14. They got the ball back to begin the second half. And there's the muff punt. So we're going to backtrack here a little bit. I'm ahead of these highlights that they're showing off. So yeah, they score. Pickens with a touchdown. The fake punt. Washington ends up scoring off of it. Pittsburgh gets a Washington muff punt, and they score off that. That was the Freiermuth touchdown. So 14-7. And then Washington got a field goal. It was 14-10. And then going into halftime, they 5 minutes and 95 yards later scored and had momentum. 17-14, got the ball back to begin the second half. And then Terry McLaurin had a big catch and run. And, Pittsburgh gave up a touchdown. It was 24-14. So Pittsburgh then ended up driving and scoring themselves. Cut it back to 3. 24-21. Here's the early third quarter. The big pass play. Yeah, they picked on Joey Porter today for sure. He had a long game. 1st and goal from the 1. They ran it in. Yeah, Eckler had 2 touchdowns. McNichols with 1 as well. But then they had 2 field goals. where Pittsburgh had 4 touchdowns. And that's the 1-point win right there. So, yeah, it was 24-14. Pittsburgh drove and scored 24-21. And then it was a 6-point game because they got another field goal. 27-21. As we're now caught up with these highlights that they're showing off. And, yeah, there's the field goal. That looked like it was going to go right, but it came back in. So, yeah, it was 27-21. This is late third quarter. And that's when Russ threw the interception. Yeah. But then he was down by contact, remember. So no big return as they're showing off. That happened, but didn't happen. And then, yeah, they had a couple big plays. It's like, well, if they're going to score, it's still going to be a 2-score game. You're going to be down in a hole, whether it's 30-21 or 34-21. Like, you're down 2 scores. So they needed a stop. And yeah, it was under 10 to go in the fourth. Here's the drive they ended up. That was the pass complete to Pickens down the near sideline. And you have the offside. So it was declined. This was the drive they should have scored on. Warren fumbled at the goal line. And okay, they had him pinned back then. Had him backed up. Yeah, there's the fumble right there. And it was a fumble. It looked like he was down at first, let alone they gave him forward progress, but they didn't. So the ball's out, fumble, and it's Washington football. First down at the 1. And then they end up punting. And Pittsburgh got the ball back. Ended up scoring, and that was the go-ahead and eventual game-winning touchdown. But I don't know if they're going to show Washington's a couple plays before the punt. But they got a couple yards, got a penalty. They should have got another penalty. No, they're not going to. But there's a hold in the end zone, which should have been a safety. So Pittsburgh would have got the ball back anyway. But then, yeah, Russ. Yeah, that was a big 2nd and 16 to make it 3rd and about 4 or 5. Complete to Calvin Austin. 3rd 9, 32 yards out. And a go route down the near sideline into the end zone, into the breadbasket. 3 finds 18 for 6. Russell Wilson and Mike Williams, touchdown Steelers. The tied at 27. Boswell extra point was good, 28-27. And then Washington got the ball back. Didn't do anything. They came up just short. They said short, turnover on downs. They looked at it, stood as called because there wasn't anything to overturn it. Or unless it would have been, overturned, let alone confirmed. That's the thing with confirmed. It's confirmed. It's clear cut. Stands, there's not enough to overturn it. Like, it just stands as called. But they didn't overturn it because it stood as called, and it was turnover on downs. Washington never touched the ball again offensively. After that, it was Pittsburgh ball, 1st and 10. And they got the 4th and 1. And got them to jump off sides. Because, like I said, at 4th and 1, it was like, well, are they going to go for it, which they did? Or are they going to, end up punting, pin them, make them drive, Not playing around. Money, but yeah. Dub in the DMV against W, Washington. So here we go. Yeah, big win. Yeah, they got him to jump off sides on 4th and yard and needed out, and that was it. So 28-27, your final score. Pittsburgh Steelers defeat the Washington Redskins football team that are now Commanders. So they'll play another 4 years from now unless they, get a crossover matchup. in the extra add-in game from now until then. But Dan Quinn had success in Atlanta. Sort of got ran out of town after the Super Bowl. But defense wins championships, and he's defensive coordinator. Was good in Seattle. Obviously, Atlanta got to the Super Bowl and blew a 28-3 lead, unless, they would have won that game, and Brady would have won the last Super Bowl. And then he's been the DC in Dallas past couple years and got the Washington gig, and he's got them going in the right direction, and they got a quarterback, so they're going to be fine. And Pittsburgh, like what? They're 7-2. There's gonna be a lot of people pissed off that they're 7-2. Let alone there's gonna be a lot more people pissed off. Excuse me. If they win 2 of their next 8 games, because then that's a winning season at 9 wins, and then they still won't have a losing season since 2003. And they have, regardless who's playing quarterback for them, a running game. So I said I think they can win with both quarterbacks if it comes down to it, because they have. But they have a running game. They got some more weapons to throw the football to. And they got a Steeler defense that we know, is going to be what it is. And then if you got to rely on Boswell, then so be it. And special teams is always a factor, especially in a 1-point game. But, they only scored 3 touchdowns and kicked 2 field goals when Pittsburgh scored 4 touchdowns. So, 28-27, your final score. That'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. We should tune back in next weekend for more college football and NFL live public play as well. Just be sure to subscribe, scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. And I'll see everybody then. And that'll be next weekend, Saturday at 3:30 and Sunday at 1 o'clock. As the blue and white and black and gold both win this weekend in the span of less than 24 hours, I might add. So Pittsburgh 7-2, and only up from here. Continue the momentum on. The rest of the way down the stretch, these final 8 games of the regular season, in which 6 of them are going to be against the AFC North. 2 against the Bengals, 2 against the Browns, and 2 against the Ravens, with 1 of them next week, Sunday at 1 o'clock. So be sure to tune in. But today, Pittsburgh defeats Washington 28-27. Once again, your final score. So here we go, Steelers. Here we go.